Chapter 1463. Outside the immeasurable sect, only the chanting of Sanskrit resounded. Everything else was silent. In front of the mountain gate, the countless onlookers gathered in the sky and on the ground had their eyes glowing. They seemed to be immersed in the chanting of Sanskrit, unable to extricate themselves. They were filled with yearning. Some of them seemed to have been inspired and wanted to lay down their butcher's knife and sever their ties with the mortal world. Disturbing one's mind. Such a method is just SOSO. Stop it! Suddenly, in the sky, there was a thunderous shout mixed with some kind of great majesty. It cut off the chanting of Sanskrit. It was like a blow to the head, causing countless onlookers to come back to their senses. It's too scary. The chanting of Sanskrit is strange. The chanting of Sanskrit wants me to sever my ties with the mortal world. It can affect my mind. It's terrifying. Among the onlookers there were some experts whose faces changed. The stronger they were, the more they felt the terror just now. The strange chanting of Sanskrit could make people unknowingly sink into it, and unable to extricate themselves. It could make people sink into oblivion. Although it could purify the ruthlessness in one's heart, it could be considered a disguised purification. However, it was more of an erasure of oneself. Puff! Puff! The chanting of Sanskrit was cut off on the spot. Some of the novice monks spat out blood for some reason. That loud shout was mixed with great majesty and a terrifying pressure that was unbearable. Amitba! The chanting of Sanskrit scriptures can purify the ruthlessness, clear the heart, and sweep away the impurities. It's also very beneficial to one's cultivation. It's a pity that it was interrupted by Benefactor Du. An old man who looked like an old monk walked out. He was not bald but wore a monk's hat. A fist-sized Buddhist prayer bead hung on his chest. It was so bright that it could reflect one's reflection and be inscribed with runes. The old monk's entire body was filled with golden light. It was as if the light of Buddha was shining, illuminating the immeasurable sect. The solemn pressure that permeated the air made people want to prostrate themselves in worship. 4 huge skeletal puppets of the snake clan came close to the sky. They stretched across the void like giant dragons. There were many figures standing on top of them. All of them had sharp auras, revealing a ferocious and bloody aura. It's a pity that it messes with one's mind and deceives one's heart. It's fine if I don't listen. As the voice faded, a golden figure shot out from the carriage and landed on the middle head of the ferocious 3-headed sea dragon snake. The golden light faded and a purple-robed young man appeared. He stood with his hands behind his back and his eyes were clear, revealing a restrained fierceness. It was Du Xiaofu. Whoosh whoosh! Inside the carriage, a dozen figures flew out and landed on the heads of the 4 snake skeletal puppets. They were none other than Du Xiaoqing, Du Xiaoyao, Ouyang Shuang, and Little Tiger. Yi Zijin, Elder Jialo Yuantu and the others. Demon King Du Xiaofu, he really did come. I would recognize him even if he turned into ashes. He's that Demon King! Oh my god, there's also Du Xiaoqing, Ouyang Shuang, Yi Zijin, Little Tiger, and Du Xiaoyao. They're all here. That's Yi Piaoling, Chan Giyu, and Silver Fox. Those beside Yi Piaoling seem to be the 18 heavenly generals that the World Society announced to the public. They're 18 terrifying young men. Yi Piaoling, Silver Fox, Chan Giyu, and the others were once on the Heaven's Pride lightning platform in the sealed ancient land. Figures appeared one after another. The onlookers outside the immeasurable sect couldn't help but exclaim. The masters of those figures were all famous. Du Xiaofu stood with his hands behind his back. His gaze swept across the front. Among those old monks, many of them had unfathomable and extremely powerful auras. On the opposite side, Du Xiaofu also saw an acquaintance. It was a young bald monk. His eyes were shining like the stars in the sky, and his face was as delicate as jade. There were 9 marks on his head, which looked like 9 mysterious symbols. They floated in the air and emitted an aura of supremacy, as if a deity had descended to earth. He was a 9th-layer spiritual emperor. You're finally here. Looking at Du Xiaofu, the 9-fold spirit raised her head slightly and walked out. She said, Back then, I was the one who led the boundless sect to the central prefecture's long river. Because I wanted to cleanse the evil spirits, many creatures were buried in the central prefecture's long river. Countless creatures suffered because of this. Du Xiaofu looked at the ninefold spirit and asked simply, "Why?" "The evil karma I created in the past was born from endless greed and stupidity. I repent for all of it today. If I don't go to hell, who will?" The ninefold spirit spoke. There was a faint luster flowing on her sparkling skin. Her aura could calm one's soul and calm one's heart. "But you're not enough to let my fallen disciples rest in peace." Du Xiaofu spoke. His voice shook the immeasurable mountain and made people's eardrums hurt. Amitabha. The old monk in the front walked out. He put his palms together and chanted Buddha's name. Looking at Du Xiaofu, the Buddha's light spread out behind him and shone in all directions. He said, "Almsgiver Du, the sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent and you'll be saved. If you're foolish, you'll die. If you're wise, you'll be born." As the old monk spoke, Buddhist chants filled the sky, causing the countless living beings below to want to prostrate themselves in worship, wanting to convert to Buddhism. "There's no need for that." Du Xiaofu looked at the old monk. Golden light fluctuated on his body and silver-yellow electric arcs overflowed, illuminating the sky. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky, shattering the Buddha's name. "Why not?" the old monk asked. The Buddha's light behind him changed. There seemed to be a Buddha lotus blooming. The Buddha's name was long and thunderous. "Because everything is illusory." "Old monk, you've cultivated for so long but you don't know?" Du Xiaofu looked at the old monk. The golden light behind him seemed to have the shadow of a golden-winged rock spreading its wings. It flapped its wings and swept across the sky, intending to shatter the Buddha's light. He smiled and said, "Everything is illusory. Why should I become a Buddha? I'm not fated with your Buddha." The old monk was stunned. He looked at Du Xiaofu in astonishment. The golden light behind him seemed to have a Buddha statue walking out. It illuminated the sky and looked down on the world. Its voice was transmitted. "Everyone has the nature of Buddha. Everyone can become a Buddha. So can Benefactor Du. Life is created by oneself. Appearances are born from one's heart. Everything in the world is formed from appearances. If one's heart doesn't move, then everything else won't move. If one's heart doesn't change, then everything else won't change." Du Xiaofu looked at the old monk and said with a smile, "I'm carefree. I follow my heart, my nature, and my fate. There's no need to force it." When Du Xiaofu finished speaking, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. The shadow of a golden-winged rock spread its wings and bathed in the sea of thunder. It turned into a thunder rock and occupied the sky. Its terrifying eyes were purple and gold, as if it could destroy all the Buddha statues in the sky. When the old monk heard this, he was stunned again. The shadow of the Buddha statue behind him opened its eyes. At this moment, the sound of Sanskrit resounded in the sky. Golden light shone and the sky was filled with strange phenomena. It was solemn and grand, as if it wanted to convert all living things. Then, it said in a leisurely voice, "It seems like Benefactor Du is stubborn. This is not good but evil. There's no good or evil in people. Good and evil exist in one's heart. I follow my heart and come with fate. Old monk, it seems like you can't let it go." Du Xiaofu smiled. His voice gradually became sharper. The shadow of the golden-winged rock behind him flapped its wings. Countless golden-winged lightning bolts fell like a waterfall, blocking the sound of the Buddha statue's Sanskrit. The old monk was stunned on the spot. His eyes were filled with astonishment. He was speechless. The Buddha statue behind him, the banner of scriptures, and other things started to change and gradually became illusory. What a strong pressure! I can't resist it anymore. Is a battle going to start? This pressure is too strong. Even the experts below started to tremble in fear. At this moment, the old monk and the demon king Du Xiaofu were able to create strange phenomena as they spoke. Those who were not strong enough had already prostrated themselves on the ground. However, All of this was incomparably real. It happened right before their eyes. However, in the end, the banner of scriptures did not appear. The golden-winged rock and the thousands of lightning bolts did not really fall. Everything was just an illusion in the sky. I didn't expect third young master to be so powerful. He actually made the old monk stunned. Little Tiger Dew was astonished. His pitch-black eyes were filled with fluctuations. He was very surprised. You're wrong. This is the Tao that Big Brother comprehended himself. That old monk's cultivation is not enough. He's not Big Brother's match. Du Shaoqing seemed to have felt a kind of essence. Is this what he comprehended during the Supreme Being's comprehension? It's very scary. Elder Jialo Yi looked at Du Xiaofu. At this moment, his eyes were filled with astonishment. With his cultivation and knowledge, he could see the essence of Du Xiaofu's words. However, he was still puzzled and puzzled. That little monk isn't weak either, he's already touched the edge. However, Xiaofu must have comprehended it during that supreme-level battle. He's much stronger than that little monk, said the fifth elder, Jialo Yuantu, as if he had also sensed something. It's not necessarily that Xiaofu's comprehension is better than that little monk's. It's also possible that what Xiaofu comprehended during the Supreme Enlightenment was only the edge. It hasn't taken shape yet. However, that little monk can't be compared with him. It's like the difference between an outstanding talent and a supreme talent. The difference is too big. Elder Jialo Yi frowned slightly. He seemed to be deep in thought. There were some things that he had only heard about. There were some levels that even he had never touched. Sigh. You reap what you sow. It seems that today's battle is inevitable, the old monk said helplessly. The vision behind him began to disappear. He looked at Du Xiaofu with a hint of shock in his eyes. I just want justice. It's still the same. If there's someone in the martial domain realm who can defeat me, I'll leave immediately. However, if there's no one, I'll take the justice myself, Du Xiaofu said. His voice shook the entire Wuliang mountain. This is the pure land of Buddhism. It's not suitable to make a big fuss. The old monk looked at Du Xiaofu and said, Benefactor Du, how about this? Our Wuliang sect has a formation made up of 18 people. It's called the 18 Luo formation. If Benefactor Du can break through the 18 Luo formation on the domain venerable platform, you can take the so-called justice you want. However, if Benefactor Du fails, please leave. 18 Luo formation, domain venerable platform. Hearing this, some elders among the onlookers exclaimed. They seemed to know some secrets. What is the 18 Luo formation? What is the domain venerable platform? Some of the younger people had never heard of it. They asked the old man, hoping to clear their doubts. Chapter 1464. Rumor has it that the domain venerate stage was set up by the ancestors of the immeasurable sect. It is said that the highest cultivation on the domain venerate stage is the martial honorable realm. Rumor has it that even a martial domain realm cultivation would be suppressed to the peak of the martial honorable realm. There is a huge pressure on the domain venerate stage. It was originally the place where the martial monks of the immeasurable sect trained their physical bodies. The huge pressure can crush their physical bodies. If they train on the domain venerate stage, their physical bodies will be extremely strong, comparable to that of a ferocious beast. It is a treasure of the immeasurable sect. The 18 Ream formation is the sect guarding array of the immeasurable sect. It is formed by 18 disciples whose cultivation is above the martial honorable realm. The array is unparalleled. What is more terrifying is that once the 18 Ream formation is activated, it can gather the strength of 18 people and complement each other, increasing the power of the array. No matter who is attacked, it will be like one person facing 18 people at the same time. No matter how strong one is, it will be difficult to resist. It will be difficult to break the array. Rumor has it that when the 18 Ream formation is activated on the domain venerate stage, the 18 Ream formation and the domain venerate stage will complement each other and affect the domain venerate stage. Even superpowers will be affected. At that time, No matter how strong the challenger is, he will not be stronger than the leader of the 18 Ream formation on the domain venerate stage. If he wants to break through, he can only compete with the strength of his physical body. The immeasurable sect disciples who can enter the 18 Ream formation have already trained their physical bodies on the domain venerate stage. No matter how strong the challenger's cultivation is, he will be suppressed. Not to mention, the 18 Ream formation can increase the power of the 18 Ream formation. It is impossible to break through. An elder spoke in a low voice, explaining the origin of the domain venerable dais and the 18 Luo formations. Although they had only heard about it, it was not a big secret in the central continent. Many people knew about the domain venerable dais and the 18 Luo formations of the boundless sect. The 18 Ream formation was the sect guarding array of the immeasurable sect. When it complemented the domain venerate stage, it was even more terrifying. The 18 Ream formation of the domain venerate stage. The immeasurable sect, these Ream Baldies are really sinister. The fourth elder Jialo Ye's voice, Jialo, was filled. Fourth elder, do you know about the domain venerable platform and the 18 Supremes formation? Du Xiaofu asked with a sound transmission. He already had a certain understanding of the domain venerable stage and the 18 recluses formation from the exclamations of the surrounding spectators. 10,000 years ago, the great elder went through the 18 imperial formations on the domain venerate stage. The domain venerate stage is strange, and the 18 imperial formations are very strong. The great elder could only protect himself and leave. Although he didn't lose, he was defeated, said the fourth elder. Great elder actually came to the immeasurable sect 10,000 years ago and passed through the 18 Supremes formation. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu, who was standing with his hands behind his back, also had golden light rippling in his eyes. It seemed that these 18 Luo arrays and domain venerable platforms were really strange and extraordinary. Xiaofu, it seems that the Ream Baldies of the immeasurable sect have somehow found out about the identity of the fifth elder and me. The fourth elder's voice transmission continued to fall into Du Xiaofu's ears. These Ream Baldies of the immeasurable sect are clearly using the great elder's defeat in front of the 18 Supremes formation 10,000 years ago to suppress the entire golden-winged Great Rock clan. Boom! The space trembled. At the same time as the fourth elder's voice transmission, one of the old monks of the immeasurable sect formed a hand seal. Golden light burst out, accompanied by bursts of Sanskrit chants, and dazzling runes filled the sky. Finally, a vast and simple stone platform appeared in the sky. The Sanskrit chants were unceasing around the ancient stone platform. The golden light filled the sky, as if the Buddha's light was shining, and the surrounding void was distorted. That's the domain venerate stage of the immeasurable sect. It's a precious treasure that can temper one's physical body and will. Ordinary people can't even step on it, and will be pushed out. To a certain extent, those who can step on the domain venerate stage can be considered dragons and phoenixes among men. I didn't expect to see the immeasurable sect's domain venerate stage this time. It seems that the immeasurable sect wants to use the domain venerate stage and the 18 Supremes formation to block the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. As soon as the domain venerate stage appeared, pressure descended from all directions. The Buddha's light shone brightly, and the Buddha's shadow was ethereal, as if it wanted to summon people to sever their ties with the mortal world. 9 spirits. The old monk wearing a monk's hat looked at 9 spirits and spoke in a low voice. 9 spirits raised her head and looked at Du Xiaofu in front of her. Her scarlet robe fluttered in the wind, and she went straight to the domain venerate stage. Whoosh whoosh. Behind 9 spirits, more than 10 middle-aged youths landed. Their monks' robes fluttered slightly, and all of them joined their hands. Including 9 spirits, there were exactly 18 of them. 18 Supremes formation and 9 spirits formation. On the domain venerate stage, no matter how strong the challenger is, he can't be stronger than 9 spirits. 9 spirits is already very strong. She's only weaker than Dongli Qi Wang. I heard that 9 spirits has already cultivated her physical body to an extremely abnormal level on the domain venerate stage. The 18 people in the 18 Supremes formation are all extremely strong. Their physical bodies are also very strong. When the 18 of them form a formation, it means that the strength of the 18 people is added together. It's impossible to break the formation even if the other party has 18 experts. The onlookers in the surroundings were discussing and exclaiming. It was too difficult to break the immeasurable sect's 18 Luo formations on the domain venerate stage. It was almost impossible. Benefactor Du, do you want to break through the formation? The old monk looked at Du Xiaofu with a smile, and his voice resounded through the immeasurable mountain. Do you want to bully us with numbers? Let's go up together and break the 18 Supremes formation. It's a piece of cake. Du Xiaoqing raised her eyebrows and looked angry. I'm afraid it's not that simple. The domain venerate stage is a treasure. The 18 Supremes formation is one of the immeasurable sect's most powerful formations. It complements the domain venerate stage. It's not easy to deal with it, Ouyang Shuang said. She stared at the domain venerate stage with her big eyes, as if she was trying to find something. 18 Supremes formation. Du Xiaofu looked at the domain venerate stage and glanced at 9 spirits, and the other extraordinary figures with a smile. He then turned back to Yi Piaoling and asked, What do you think? Break! Yi Piaoling's black robe fluttered slightly, but her eyes were sharp. Yi Piaoling replied with a simple word. Boom! As soon as Yi Piaoling finished speaking, the eyes of Qianguyu, Silver Fox, Stone, Mu Ruobai, and the others on the 4 huge skeletal puppets lit up. Their auras fluctuated. All right. Du Xiaofu nodded and smiled faintly. Rise! As Yi Piaoling's voice fell, the 18 figures, who were already eager to give it a try, shot out like 18 rays of golden light. The 18 figures landed on the domain venerate stage together. The 18 figures stood tall and straight like 18 peerless and sharp murderous weapons. Looking at them from afar, one's heart would tremble for no reason. My World Society's 18 heavenly generals will break the 18 Supremes formation. If I lose, I'll leave immediately. If I win, I'll seek justice, Du Xiaofu said to the old monk. 18 heavenly generals? Then we'll do as you say. The old monk smiled and even looked more relaxed. If the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, didn't make a move, the 18 Supremes formation on the domain venerate stage would be even more unshakable. 10,000 years ago, even the pure-blooded golden-winged great rocks, who were at the peak of the golden-winged great rocks, couldn't break the formation. The World Society's 18 heavenly generals seemed to have some reputation, but it was no different from a fool's dream to break the 18 Supremes formation on the domain venerate stage. We meet again. On the domain venerate stage, Jiu Ling spoke. He wasn't unfamiliar with Yi Piaoling, Chang Guyu, Yin Hu, and the others. We're here to break the formation, Yi Piaoling said. His thin and slender figure was like a sharp sword. He stood there quietly, giving people a feeling that once he was unsheathed, he would be peerless and sharp. All right, let's begin. Jiu Ling didn't say anything else. The ring on his head started to shine. Golden light energy whistled around him like a storm. The energy of heaven and earth on the domain venerate stage suddenly became chaotic, directly affecting Yi Piaoling and the other 18 brothers. Set up the formation! At the same time, the 17 figures behind Jiu Ling responded. The sound of wind breaking rang out, and the figures changed. There was a mysterious aura between them. Finally, they gathered together and set up the formation. Chapter 1465. 18 Luo arrays! Loud shouts resounded, and golden light burst out from the 18 people. Sanskrit chants rang out, and finally, they connected with each other, connecting the energy of heaven and earth in an instant. In the next moment, the 18 people were covered in golden light, as if they had become Buddhas on the spot. Golden light shone brightly, and a vision appeared. The 18 golden figures gathered, and they were connected with each other mysteriously. The horrifying pressure that was faintly emitted from the 18 people was enough to make people's faces change. The 18 figures floated on the domain venerate stage, and the golden light on their bodies illuminated the sky. It was as if 18 arhats had descended. Buddhist light filled the sky, crushing the heavens. Just how shocking was this? So this is the 18 Luo arrays. They are really extraordinary. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows slightly. He looked at the 18 Luo arrays on the domain venerate stage, and he was secretly impressed. Under the guidance of his elder brother, Jinqin Chun, Du Xiaofu's attainments in arrays were extraordinary. After that, he obtained the heavenly spirit record left by his master, Sacred Hand's spiritual sovereign. The array recorded in it was enough to be called the origin of all arrays in the world. Over the years, whenever he had time, Du Xiaofu would comprehend it. In terms of array comprehension, Du Xiaofu was probably comparable to the top array experts in the world. He just didn't have many opportunities to show it. Looking at the 18 Luo arrays, Du Xiaofu could see that they were extraordinary. 18 Luo arrays! Yi Piaoling and the rest of the 18 heavenly guards looked forward, and runes fluctuated on their bodies to resist the influence of ninefold spirit, and the others on the domain venerate stage. Let's compete in arrays. I want to try it. Set up the array! Looking at the 18 Luo arrays set up by ninefold spirit and the others, Yi Piaoling, Qiandiyu, and the others weren't shocked. Instead, they were filled with an absolute fighting spirit, and their figures immediately swept away. 18 heavenly beasts holy slaughter array! The 18 heavenly guards separated, and 18 loud shouts converged, turning into an earth-shattering roar that resounded throughout William Mountain. Roar! At the same time, the roars of beasts resounded like thunder. The 18 celestial guards shined with resplendent light and runes flickered, illuminating the heavens. Amidst the surging winds, the 18 of them seemed to have undergone a strange transformation, turning into 18 terrifying giant beast phantoms. There was the golden-winged roc, the profound cloud scarlet flood dragon, the ancient heavenly fox, the huado with the primordial bloodline, the soaring snake from the primordial era, the Bian, the Xieji, and so on. A total of 18 strange beast phantoms circled around him, roaring ferociously. Each of them was incomparably huge, and they were all ferocious beasts on the heavenly beast list. Among the 18 ferocious beast phantoms, the ancient heavenly fox still had a physical body. The golden-winged roc phantoms that enveloped Yi Piaoling was the leader. The phantoms of the 18 ferocious beasts occupied the sky and covered the entire sky. They appeared in the sky in a manner that seemed to blot out the sun as they faced off against the 18 formations. When they saw the scene before them, when they saw that the 18 heavenly guards had turned into 18 huge ferocious beasts, everyone inside and outside the immeasurable mountain gasped. Clearly, no one had expected that the 18 heavenly guards of the world society would have such a terrifying technique. The pressure that the 18 ferocious beasts released at this moment was no less than that of the 18 formations. It was even more ferocious and terrifying than the Buddhist light phantoms. The Saint Physique art, in addition to refining the body, could also engrave formations and beast energy on the body. Back then, when he refined the bodies of Yi Piaoling and Qiandiyu with the Saint Physique art, Du Xiaofu had already made preparations. He wanted to use the Saint Physique art to form a terrifying joint attack formation one day. Now, after the 18 heavenly guards were refined by the divine thunder and the Saint Physique art, Du Xiaofu engraved beast energy and formations one by one so that the 18 heavenly guards could combine and form the 18 heavenly beasts' holy slaughter formation. Originally, the formations that Du Xiaofu had engraved on Yi Piaoling and Qiandiyu were only the corners of the formation. They weren't enough to form a complete formation. In the end, the 18 heavenly beasts' holy slaughter formation didn't come from the Saint Physique art of the weapon sovereign Xiahou Fenglei, nor did it come from the sacred array child Jinqi. It came from a ferocious formation recorded in the spiritual sage Sacred Hand's celestial spirit record. The 18 heavenly beasts' holy slaughter formation originally needed to refine the 18 corners of the formation. The souls of the 18 ferocious beasts had to be refined into the corners to form a terrifying formation. After Du Xiaofu's modification, it directly used the bodies of the 18 heavenly guards as the corners of the formation. During the process of refining and inscribing the formation, the 18 terrifying youths of the 18 heavenly generals, who had gone through life and death, could not help but cry out in pain. They were in so much pain that they wished they were dead. Fortunately, they gritted their teeth and resisted in the end. What kind of terrifying formation is this? Looking at the 18 heavenly beasts' holy slaughter formation that Yi Piaoling and the others had gathered, the old monks of the immeasurable sect were all shocked. They had never heard of such a terrifying formation before. Return of the Arhat, subdue the dragon and tiger. On the domain venerable platform, ninefold spirit moved. The Buddha light behind him shrouded the Buddha statue, which was hundreds of feet tall. It wasn't below the ferocious beast shadows. The 18 shadows were like 18 arhats descending. The shadows followed the main bodies and came crushing down. They were either chanting scriptures, waving prayer flags, spinning Buddha beads, knocking on the wooden fish, or waving the demon subduing pestle. The shadows shone brightly, intending to suppress the 18 ferocious beasts. The 18 arhats and Buddhas were accompanied by Sanskrit chants. The mysterious runes on their talismans shone brightly. They were like a huge tornado formed by golden divine light that wanted to crush the entire sky. The surrounding people gasped. Under the terrifying power, those who weren't strong enough directly prostrated themselves on the ground. The terrifying 18 Reapers formation was accompanied by a terrifying Buddhist pressure. It was extremely terrifying. Roar, the beasts roared like thunder. The 18 ferocious beasts moved. In a series of clanging sounds, they charged at the 18 arhats and Buddhas. In an instant, the sky shook. The void was shattered, and the light was dazzling. Chirp! Yi Piaoling transformed into a golden-winged rock. Divine light surged, and golden light poured down like a rain of light. Ninefold spirit shrouded the Buddha's shadow with great majesty. Like a majestic arhat, it held a golden spear and suppressed the golden-winged rock transformed into Yi Piaoling. Yi Piaoling wasn't afraid. She waved her hand and turned it into a rock claw. Dazzling golden light burst out and shattered the void. It shrouded the golden spear. Ninefold spirit waved her hand. The golden spear pierced through the void and avoided the claw. It then turned into a prayer flag and swept toward Yi Piaoling like a heavenly sword. The shadow behind Yi Piaoling flapped its wings. Dazzling golden light cut ninefold spirit's prayer flag in half. The golden talisman runes shone like a golden tide. The wing attack was like a rock striking the sky. It displayed the supreme beast power of the golden-winged rock race. It drowned ninefold spirit and forced the Arhat Buddha's shadow back. Bang! 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 The 18 ferocious beasts showed their power and forced the 18 Buddha and Arhat shadows back. The deafening roars of the beasts drowned out the Sanskrit chants. The 18 brothers turned into 18 ferocious beasts. Together, they communicated with the energy of heaven and earth. It was as if 18 ferocious beasts had awakened. They were ferocious and formed a peerless killing formation to suppress the 18 Buddha and Arhat shadows. Oh my God! What a terrifying formation! The 18 Luo formation seemed to be no match for it. I didn't expect there to be such a terrifying formation in the World Championship of the Barren Nation. This is still on the domain venerable platform. If it were outside, the 18 Luo formations would have been defeated. The terrifying battle on the domain venerable platform made people tremble. They had never seen such a terrifying formation. Everyone was shocked. The terrifying 18 heavenly beasts' holy slaughter formation was too powerful. 18 Luo formations, Luo Lord's return. Ninefold Spirit Star's eyes rippled. She made a prompt decision and formed a handprint. Buddhist light shot up from her body. 18 Luo Lord's return. In the next moment, the 18 Luo formations changed, and 18 terrifying auras shot into the clouds, shaking the heavens. The 18 Buddha figures merged together in the Sanskrit formation, immediately turning into a colossal being that was several thousand feet tall. The humongous monster was like a Buddha, looking down at the world. The Sanskrit chants were shocking. Golden light was dazzling, and it was filled with dignity and power. 18 heavenly beasts return! Yi Piaoling shouted. At the same time, the 18 ferocious beasts changed in a mysterious way and finally gathered. In the surging wind and rolling dark clouds, a bloody and fierce aura swept in all directions. A ferocious shadow that was thousands of feet tall appeared. It was like a demon lord had come into being. Demonic chi rolled around the terrifying shadow. Evil chi filled the sky and made people's hearts palpitate. It was also majestic. Why is there so much trouble in the world? There are so many evils and demons. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent, and you will see the shore. Put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. The Sanskrit chants rolled. The giant Buddha's shadow seemed to have crossed time and space. The Sanskrit chants had a strange rhythm. It was like a soul sound wave that made all the creatures around want to put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. Buddha purifies the world and purifies the world. The giant Buddha rushed over and waved one hand. Buddhist light shone everywhere. The Buddha's shadow lingered and carried an indescribably horrifying fluctuation. It fiercely attacked the ferocious shadows of Yi Piaoling and the others. Why is the world so distressed? Because it doesn't know who it is. So what if it is a Buddha or a demon? Everything is an illusion. I am in the demon's heart, I am the demon. I am in the Buddha's heart, I am the Buddha. I do as I please. I am the true me. I am not afraid of Buddha or demon. If it is a Buddha, I will kill it. The ferocious shadow demon lord spoke. His voice echoed in all directions like thunder. He waved his hand and made the domain venerate stage tremble. The ferocious shadow's palm collided. Wild wind blew, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. 10,000 beasts roared and shook the void. There was a great pressure. Boom! The two collided. Suddenly, the entire domain venerate stage radiated light. Dazzling runes spread out like a halo. Such a collision made countless creatures tremble. Their hair stood on end. Ka! Not long after, a change occurred in midair. The huge Buddha shadow began to crack, and the Buddha light shattered. 18 figures appeared like arhats stacked on top of each other, revealing themselves. Starting from the 9th layer of spirits, the light on these 18 people's bodies began to shatter, and their flesh began to crack. Everything was destroyed as easily as crushing dry weeds. Chapter 1466. Puff. Puff. In an instant, the 18 figures were sent flying. Jiu Ling and the others flew out of the domain venerate stage and crashed into the ground. All of them spat out blood and their bodies were drenched in blood. Their faces were as pale as ash. There was dead silence all around. The Sanskrit chants dissipated and the Buddhist light shattered. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The 18 Luo formations can't be defeated. An elder from the immeasurable sect couldn't believe what he had just seen. To break the 18 Luo formations, it would only be possible if the 18 of them had the same physical body and were stronger than Jiu Ling and the others. However, in the final confrontation, it seemed that the light was overflowing and all kinds of power burst out. In fact, it was a direct physical confrontation. The 18 Luo formations gathered the physical strength of 18 people. In addition, the 18 Luo formations attracted the energy of heaven and earth to suppress the enemy. However, Jiu Ling and the others were all severely injured. There was no doubt that Yi Piaoling and the other 18 people's physical bodies were stronger than Jiu Ling and the others. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to injure Jiu Ling and the others. Yi Piaoling and the others were stronger than Jiu Ling and the others who had refined their physical bodies on the domain venerate stage. Moreover, there were 18 of them at the same time. How powerful was that? On the domain venerate stage, the ferocious shadows dissipated. Yi Piaoling and the other 18 people landed together. The 18 Luo formations are just so. The 18 figures stood tall and straight, revealing their peerless sharpness. They rushed into the depths of the clouds above the domain venerate stage. What a powerful formation! It draws the energy of heaven and earth and gathers the strength of 18 people. Its power overlaps and multiplies. If it weren't for the domain venerate stage, these 18 people would be invincible under the domain venerate stage. Elder Jialo Yi looked at the 18 people on the domain venerate stage with golden light in his eyes. Once one of these 18 people breaks through to the martial domain, the terrifying formation will be activated. It will be equivalent to 18 martial domains fighting. If all 18 of them break through to the initial stage of the martial domain at the same time, it will be even more terrifying. They will be able to defeat anyone of the same cultivation level, including my clan. Fifth Elder Jialo Yuantu was also shocked. Back on the domain venerate stage, even the Great Elder couldn't break the 18 Luo formations. Now these 18 young people broke them. Is that the 18 Celestial Guards? It's so terrifying. The 18 Luozhen of the Boundless Sect has been defeated. The 18 Celestial Guards are too powerful. Only after a long time had passed did someone exclaim in front of the Immeasurable Sect's mountain gate. Their eyes were filled with shock. Du Xiaofu looked at the 18 young men on the domain venerable stage with a smile. Du Xiaofu already knew how strong Yi Piaoling, Qiandiyu Stone, Silver Fox, and the others were. As for the physical body, after the sacred body technique and the godly thunder body refinement, the physical body of the 18 celestial generals was comparable to any ferocious beast. Even compared to the pure-blooded bodies of the dragons, phoenixes, and tigers, there was not much difference. It was not something the 18 Luozhen could compare to. The 18 sifting formations were profound and extraordinary, but the 18 heavenly beast holy fiend formation came from the heavenly spirit record and surpassed the 18 sifting formations. The immeasurable sect has lost. As soon as he finished speaking, Du Xiaofu soared into the sky and directly barged into the immeasurable sect. Rumble! A moment later, in the immeasurable sect, a dazzling hall trembled with a rumbling sound. The roof of the huge hall directly flew off. A figure rose into the sky, lifted the huge roof of the hall with one arm, and directly left. That's the immeasurable hall of our immeasurable sect. It was actually demolished by the Demon King. There are also many cultivation resources in the immeasurable hall. They were all taken away by the Demon King. Why didn't the sect's patriarch come out and subdue the Demon King? Many experts in the immeasurable sect looked gloomy. They wanted to cry but had no tears. The Demon King, Du Xiaofu, wantonly plundered the immeasurable sect just like he did in the Xianming sect and other sections. He made all the sects lose their face. From now on, the immeasurable sect would not be able to raise its head in the entire Kyushu. It was the first time in thousands of years that someone had been so presumptuous in the immeasurable sect. Boom! The Demon King lifted the roof, and the 4 huge snake skeletons left with the 18 celestial guards. This scene made countless people in front of the immeasurable mountain unable to blink for a long time. Originally, everyone wanted to come and see the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, fight. Who would have thought that in the end, they would not see the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, fight? However, on the domain venerable platform, the battle between the 18 celestial guards and the 18 Luozhen had already shocked everyone. A few days later, the news of the 18 celestial guards defeating the 18 Luozhen spread like a hurricane throughout the central plains. The 18 celestial guards, led by Yi Piaoling, were completely famous in the central plains. There were no clouds in the blue sky for thousands of miles. In the vast mountain range, the clouds moved and the wind blew. It was silent. Suddenly, a huge black shadow swept over from the sky. It flew as fast as lightning, and wherever it passed, the wind and clouds surged. If one looked carefully, they would see that they were 4 huge creatures that looked like giant dragons pulling a carriage. Wherever they passed, they would attract everyone's attention. However, in this desolate mountain range, no one followed or exclaimed. The 4 huge creatures were the skeletons of the Snake clan. At this moment, many figures were sitting cross-legged, resting with their eyes closed. They were enveloped in light and surrounded by radiance. Brother, when are we going to the Great Lun sect? In the carriage, Du Xiaoqing looked at the scenery below through the window. Then, she tilted her head and asked Du Xiaofu, who was sitting cross-legged beside her. Let's go back first, then go to the Great Lun sect. Du Xiaofu opened his eyes, which were shining brightly. We are already in the barren country. The places below are all under the control of the barren country's world society. Yi Zijin's hair moved slightly, and her clear eyes looked down. The vast land was the territory that the barren country's World Society army had conquered some time ago. The barren country is still too small, Du Xiaofu said softly. Although the barren country's World Society was no longer what it used to be, it was no longer the same Du Xiaofu of the past. At this moment he knew very well that the barren country's World Society was still too weak. With the current strength of the barren country and the Du family, they couldn't compare to the golden-winged great rocks, dragons, phoenixes, or the 9 great clans. Even in the beast region, there were many beast clans that were far more powerful than the Du family of the desolate state. Du Xiaofu also knew that if he hadn't borrowed the power of the 4th elder and the 5th elder, he wouldn't have been able to barge into the 4 great mountain gates. The profound underworld sect, the boundless sect, the Huijian sect, and the Xiandu gate. The 4 great mountain sects had endured time and time again because they feared the terrifying strength of 4th elder Jialo Yi and 5th elder Jialo Yuantu. What they feared even more was the great golden-winged pink clan behind them. That was the reason why the 4 great mountain sects feared them the most. Du Xiaofu often thought that if the Du family was as powerful as the golden-winged great rocks, then how would the legalism and the divine light court dare to touch his family? How would they dare to touch his sect in the slightest? Du Xiaofu had always wanted to build his own noble family. Only then would he be able to look down on the legalism and reunite his family. Only then would he be able to kill the legalists who had bullied him in the past. However, the gap between them was still too big. The barren country's World Society was no longer what it used to be. However, it still couldn't compare to those colossal forces that had accumulated over tens of thousands of years. It's still not enough. I have to become stronger as soon as possible, Du Xiaofu murmured in his heart. After settling the score with the Great Lun sect, there was still the Divine Light Court to deal with. His master, the revered weapon, was still missing, and his family had yet to be reunited. As his strength increased, Du Xiaofu came into contact with more and more people. The more he understood, the more he realized that his current strength was still far from enough. Xiaofu, someone is waiting for us. He's very strong, and he doesn't come with good intentions. Just as Du Xiaofu was deep in thought, the 4th elder, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly said softly. A faint golden light flickered in his eyes. Hee, you're indeed not weak. Interesting. Elder Jiao Yuantu said with a smile and rubbed his fists. At this moment, Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes and released his mind. At the same time, the 4 skeletal puppets of the giant serpent race suddenly stopped in midair. Chi. On the 4 skeletal puppets, many figures sitting cross-legged opened their eyes and stood in unison, vigilant of their surroundings. Swoosh swoosh. Within the carriage, figures rushed out one after another. Du Xiaofu glanced around. The vast mountain range was desolate and uninhabited. Birds didn't come near, and there was no sound at all. Even the clouds in the sky were frozen. It was very strange. I didn't expect his perception to be so good. It seems that this kid has some ability. No wonder he dares to go on a rampage in the immeasurable sect. Chapter 1467. Just as Du Xiaofu and the others rushed out, a faint and deep voice with some coldness resounded in the air. A figure appeared out of nowhere, accompanied by a vast aura that spread out in all directions. A person stood in the air. It was an old man in azure robes. He seemed cold, but his eyebrows were drooping, and the sides of his forehead bulged as if he had 2 horns. A demonic beast. Du Xiaofu stared at the old man in azure robes. The presence he gave off was not human, but a demonic beast. His presence had reached a terrifying level as well. So powerful. He's a peak expert. Following the appearance of this person, the expressions of Du Xiaoyao, Ouyang Shuang, Yi Zijin, Savage Chongdiao, and the others suddenly changed. That formless aura caused their bodies to tremble. There's an expert trying to kill us! Yi Piaoling, Qianduyu, and the mystic Serpent King all became stern. They were prepared to fight as hard as they could at any moment. It's a demonic beast. He seems to be one of the dragons. Du Xiaoqing frowned. She immediately became stern. She could sense the presence of the dragons, as well as the presence that made her beast soul tremble. The person who had come was definitely terrifyingly powerful. "Kid, come with me so you don't have to suffer," said the old man. He stared at Du Xiaofu and said, "You're so young, yet you're showing off far too much. You don't know that your strength isn't enough. Who are you? One of the dragons?" Du Xiaofu looked at the old man, but his expression did not change much. There was even a slight smile on his face. However, at this moment, the smile on Du Xiaofu's face gave off a sinister feeling. Du Xiaofu was naturally unable to feel happy towards those who dared to intercept him halfway. "Your senses are pretty good. Your soul seems very powerful. I am indeed related to the dragons." The old man stared at Du Xiaofu, then glanced at Du Xiaoyao and the others. His eyes were cold and arrogant. He said, "Don't talk nonsense. Come with me. No one can escape. Don't think that you can do whatever you want in the Central Plains just because you have two old bastards with you. They were able to defeat a guy from Xiandu Gate who had just broken through to the Great Domain. The Central Plains is much deeper than you think. Are those two guys hiding in the carriage? Why don't they dare come out? I'd like to see them." The green-robed old man looked around. He seemed to have received news that a great domain expert from Xiandu Gate had also been defeated in one move. However, he seemed to have a card up his sleeve and was looking for the two mysterious old men. "That guy is indeed Xiandu Gate. His name is Qiuli. His original form is a horned dragon. He is only a little bit weaker than pure-blooded dragons. Thousands of years ago, he violated the rules of the dragon's clan. He was supposed to be crippled, but in the end, he seemed to have used some connections to escape. However, he did not dare to return to the dragon's clan. Later, I heard that he went to the Central Plains and became a consecrator of the Spirit Heaven Valley." Elder Jialo Ye's voice came out from the carriage. He sensed that someone was ambushing him. The aura of the newcomer was familiar. Elder Jialo Yi and Elder Jialo Yuan too did not come out of the carriage because they were afraid of scaring away the ambushers. People from the Spirit Heaven Valley. Du Xiaofu frowned slightly. Suddenly he was not surprised. It was normal for the Spirit Heaven Valley to send experts to kill him. A faint sneer appeared at the corner of Du Xiaofu's mouth as he muttered softly, "I originally thought that I wouldn't be able to attract anyone along the way, but I didn't expect one to come in the end. At least I didn't wait in vain. Who is hiding inside? Come out, or I won't be polite to you." At that moment, Qiu Li's expression changed greatly when he heard Elder Jialo Ye's words. He seemed to have heard the voice from the carriage before. Light shot out from the depths of his eyes like lightning. He wanted to know who was inside the carriage. Boom! At the same time, a terrifying aura spread out from Qiu Li's body. The aura filled the air with coldness. It was as if the surrounding area had frozen. Under this terrifying aura, everyone palpitated. Even Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger Du, Ouyang Shuang and the others were trembling. "Qiu Li, you're really arrogant. I've never seen you so arrogant in the Beast region. You ambushed us halfway. How shameless. You're getting worse and worse." Fifth Elder Jialo Yuantu's voice rang out. At the same time, two dazzling golden figures walked out from the carriage. The golden light fluctuated. It was domineering. Immediately, the pressure in the frozen space dissipated. The pressure on Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger Du, Ouyang Shuang and the others dissipated by half. At this moment, two vast auras erupted from the two golden figures. They were like volcanoes. In an instant they surged out in all directions. They were extremely domineering. They were mighty like supreme beings. "Qiu Long, you dare to be so arrogant in front of me? Who do you think you are? Are you courting death?" The loud shout was like thunder. The domineering aura spread out and spread across the sky. It caused the surrounding space to freeze. Then, the two golden figures slowly appeared. They were fourth Elder Jialo Yi and fifth Elder Jialo Yuantu. The golden-winged Great Ping Clan. Qiu Li's expression changed drastically when he sensed the domineering aura. It was the aura of the golden-winged Great Ping Clan. He couldn't be wrong. However, when he saw Jialo Yuantu and Jialo Yu walk out of the carriage, Xiao Li's gloomy face instantly stiffened. Then it froze. In the end, shock surged out from his eyes. Jialo Yuantu, Jialo Yi, how could it be you? Xiao Li could not help but exclaim as he looked at the two figures that he was once familiar with. There seemed to be a lingering fear in his eyes. His body could not help but start to tremble as fear spread out from his eyes. Since you're here, don't leave. How dare you touch the people of my clan? You're courting death. Jialo Yi and Jialo Yuantu appeared. Their eyes were filled with domineering anger. With a cold shout, two rays of golden energy suddenly burst out and pounced on Xiao Li like lightning. The eruption of power immediately froze the space. Let's retreat first. Du Xiaofu was calm and relaxed. With a smile in his eyes, he immediately urged the four skeletal puppets to retreat to avoid being affected. Not good, run. Xiao Li didn't hesitate and chose to escape. He knew that he had no chance of winning against Jialo Yi and Jialo Yuantu. Even if he faced one of them, he couldn't win. Xiao Li had heard that there might be experts by Du Xiaofu's side. That was why he dared to make a ruckus at the mysterious underworld sect and Xiandu Gate. That expert had even defeated an expert from Xiandu Gate who had just broken through to the Great Domain in one move. His strength was not to be underestimated. However, Xiao Li wasn't afraid. He was a dragon and had the bloodline of dragons. He was naturally arrogant. As a consecrator of the Spirit Sky Valley, he wanted to capture Du Xiaofu. As for the two experts by Du Xiaofu's side, Xiao Li felt that he could deal with them. His cultivation had reached the peak of the Great Domain and was only a step away from the Domain Realm. Even if he faced a true Domain Realm expert, he could definitely catch him off guard and capture Du Xiaofu and escape safely. However, Xiao Li didn't know that he would encounter Jialo Yi and Jialo Yuantu. If he had known that Jialo Yi and Jialo Yuantu were by Du Xiaofu's side, Xiao Li would have advised the Spirit Sky Valley not to take action. He wouldn't have dared to intercept them halfway. However, Xiao Li wanted to escape at this moment. He turned around and fled without any hesitation. However, how could Xiao Li's speed be faster than Jialo Yuantu and Jialo Yi of the golden-winged Great Pink Bird clan, who were known for their speed? It was too late. Elder Jialo Yi, in particular, was as fast as a golden bolt of lightning that pierced through space and arrived in front of Xiao Li in an instant. Get back! Elder Jialo Yi shouted. He waved his hand and dazzling golden runes flashed out. It was as if a golden-winged Great Pink Bird flapped its wings and attacked. This was the Fuya heaven-shaking wings. It broke through the air domineeringly and shone brilliantly as it slapped towards Xiao Li. This terrifying slap caused the blood in the retreating Yi Piaoling, Ouyang Shuang, Yi Zijin, Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger, Mysterious King Dragon, Wild Gu Diao, and the others to freeze. Their hearts and beast souls palpitated, and they couldn't help but tremble. Everyone felt fear for no reason. This was the first time they saw Elder Jialo Yi attack. Jialo Yi, you're already a realm, domain. Xiao Li seemed to have suddenly discovered the thing that scared him the most. His body trembled, his beast soul palpitated, and his voice was also trembling. He couldn't dodge at all. In his fear and shock, Xiao Li could only brace himself and attack with all his might. A claw mark rose up like a dragon claw, accompanied by dark clouds. Chi La! The dark clouds and the radiance of the dragon claw formed a sharp contrast. A dragon's roar could be heard from the claw mark, and the dragon's might surged. Puchi! The two instantly collided, but in the end, Xiao Li's claw mark was directly shattered by Elder Jialo Yi. His body also fell from the sky and was slapped into the ground in one move. Want to escape into the ground? Unfortunately, you're not good at it. This isn't the Four Seas. You can't escape. Get out here! Elder Jialo Yuantu suddenly shouted. He seemed to have discovered that Xiao Li was smashed into the ground and wanted to escape into the ground. However, Jialo Yuantu was prepared for this. He waved his hand and punched out with a golden light, which represented a terrifying pressure. That punch directly smashed down on a huge mountain peak below. The golden light was boundless, illuminating the entire sky. Rumble! The mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. The earth trembled, and countless cracks appeared on the ground. Huge rocks were sent flying. The aftermath of the terrifying power even cracked the void. Under one punch, everything within 1,000 miles was turned into ruins. It collapsed into a land of death. Everything was destroyed. It was terrifying. Yi Piaoling, mysterious King Dragon, and the others who were watching this scene from afar felt their ears rumble. Their beast souls were shaken by the thunder. Chapter 1468. Roar! A dragon's roar resounded as a huge horned dragon rushed out from the cracks in the ground. The horns on its forehead were covered in talisman patterns, and it was over 1,000 zhang in size. The horned dragon stretched across the sky. This was a real dragon, and it was much larger and more ferocious than the 4 snake skeletons. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. At this moment, the scales on Qiu Li's body were shattered, and he was dripping with blood. It seemed that he had been injured the moment he came into contact with Elder Jialo Yi and Jialo Yuantu. However, although this horned dragon wasn't a pure-blooded dragon, it was still a real dragon. It was the true form of a horned dragon, and its body was also abnormally strong. It hadn't been seriously injured yet. Jialo Yi, Jialo Yuantu, don't go too far! Qiu Li's true form spoke. His dragon's scales glowed brightly, and his voice was like a tidal wave. The dragon's might filled the sky, intending to shatter the void and spread for thousands of li, directly surging the surrounding space. This scene was very frightening. Watching from afar, the Black Dragon King, Stone Turtle King, and the others trembled in fear. That horned dragon was so terrifying that it affected this part of the world. So what if I bullied you? Do you want to attract attention? Unfortunately, this space has already been sealed by me. You can't escape, and you can't even spread the news. Elder Jialo Yi roared. His entire body shone with golden light, instantly filling the sky and turning the entire space into a golden sea. Talisman runes condensed into the phantom of a golden-winged rock. It flapped its wings and struck the sky, its claws splitting the stars. What a powerful aura! Under such a domineering aura, the Black Dragon King, Silver-Winged Demonic Condor, and the others were all dazed. Their hearts palpitated, and they couldn't help but want to prostrate themselves. Under the supreme beast race aura of the golden-winged rock, even they, who had obtained the ancient inheritance, were trembling in fear. Elder Jialo Ye's strength was too strong, surpassing that horned dragon that was already terrifying enough. Rock's chaos shattering claw! Elder Jialo Yi shouted, waving his hand and grabbing at the air. He didn't need to activate his true form at all, and the claw print directly shattered the void. Qiu Li's eyes were filled with fear. He wanted to block it, but he couldn't. Elder Jialo Ye's claw, and large patches of dragon scales were shattered. Behave yourself! Although Elder Jialo Yuantu's aura was slightly inferior to Elder Jialo Ye's, it was much more domineering than Qiu Li's. Elder Jialo Yuantu soared into the sky. His entire body was wrapped in a dazzling golden light. He was like a blazing sun that constantly emitted mysterious runes. It was as if an overlord had descended to the world and sat on Qiu Li's body. Aoo! No matter how Qiu Li's main body struggled and executed his divine arts, he couldn't shake off Elder Jialo Yuantu. Suppress! Elder Jialo Yuantu shouted and activated his divine ability. Golden light erupted and his aura was vast, suppressing Qiu Li as if he was suppressing the world. Then, punch after punch landed on Qiu Li's neck and head. Bang, bang, bang! Every punch landed on the dragon's flesh, shattering its scales. Aoo! Qiu Li screamed, but he couldn't break free from Elder Jialo Yuantu and Elder Jialo Ye's suppression. Qiu Li's body was very strong, but at this moment, it was being crushed. His dragon scales were also cracking as he screamed in agony. Goo goo! The sound of people sucking in cold air and swallowing their saliva rose and fell. At this moment, Du Shaoqing, mysterious Dragon King, and the others were all stunned as they looked at the shocking scene in front of them. Only Du Xiaoyao and a few others knew Elder Jialo Ye's identity. Even Ouyang Shuang, Yi Zijin, and the others didn't know. At this moment, Ouyang Shuang and the others finally knew how terrifying the two mysterious elders who didn't put the immeasurable sect in their eyes were. No wonder they didn't put the immeasurable sect in their eyes all the way. Too terrifying! Changyu, Mu Ruobai Duanfeiyu, and the others clicked their tongues. They were so shocked that their jaws dropped. Those two mysterious elders were too terrifying. They emitted a kind of supreme, overbearing aura. The golden-winged Great Ping Bird Clan. They should be experts from the golden-winged Great Ping Bird Clan. Yi Piaoling was also very shocked. He vaguely knew the origins of those two mysterious elders. His body was engraved with the beast energy of the golden-winged Great Ping Bird, so he could feel it most clearly. So powerful! Phantom said, her eyes glowing with blood-red light. That supreme power of the purest yang seemed to be her nemesis. Bang! 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 Deep sonic booms resounded. The muffled sound was like thunder, accompanied by dragon roars and screams. It was earth-shattering, as if it was going to shatter the void. However, that space seemed to have been sealed. It seemed to have destroyed everything, but the space below wasn't affected much. Motherfucker, how dare they ambush us with such little strength? They're courting death! Not long after, the dazzling golden light in front of them disappeared. Then, they saw Elder Jialo Yuantu crossing the space with the horned dragon in his hand. At this moment, the horned dragon was drenched in blood. Its dragon scales were shattered, and it was a tragic sight. It was also tightly sealed by a seal. Qiu Li's eyes were filled with fear and shock. It seemed that he still couldn't figure out how he had met Jialo Yi and Jialo Yuantu, the two terrifying lords. Xiaofu, I'll give this guy to you. You have to be careful. I don't know why you're keeping him. Just kill him to avoid future troubles. It's not bad to eat meat. Elder Jialo Yuantu threw Qiu Li's suppressed body to Du Xiaofu, reminding Du Xiaofu to be careful. The horned dragon was already at the pinnacle of the great domain. He couldn't afford to be careless. Du Xiaofu had already informed Jialo Yi and Jialo Yuantu via voice transmission. They should try to capture him alive and find out more information. Therefore, Jialo Yuantu and Jialo Yi had to spend some effort to capture Qiu Li alive and suppress his body. If Jialo Yi and Jialo Yuantu had wanted to kill Qiu Li directly, it would have been much faster. They wouldn't have had to go through so much trouble. He can't run away. Du Xiaofu smiled and lifted Qiu Li, who had been sealed by a restriction, into his hand. Xiaofu, is this meat enough? If it's not enough, I'll cut some more from that reckless thing. Elder Jialo Yi hurried to Du Xiaofu's side, carrying 2 large chunks of scale-covered dragon meat. They were still dripping with blood. He smiled at Du Xiaofu as if he were presenting a treasure. Ever since he had eaten the meat of the golden-scaled ancient lion in Tianhuang mainland, Elder Jialo Yi had been immersed in it, and had been trying to find a suitable meat to feast on. This time, he finally found a suitable one. It's definitely not enough to eat, but it's enough for a sumptuous meal. However, this is dragon blood. Don't waste it. Du Xiaofu looked at the dragon meat in Elder Jialo Ye's hand and felt sorry for the dragon blood. He immediately ran over and caught it in a jade bottle. Even a small drop of this level of horned dragon blood was priceless. At this moment Qiu Li, who was kicked by Du Xiaofu, was on the verge of breaking down. It turned out that Jialo Yi had deliberately grabbed so much meat from his body just to eat it. It's enough for a sumptuous meal. If it's not enough, I'll cut some more. Elder Jialo Yuantu chuckled at the side and glanced at Qiu Li. Let's leave first. Although I've sealed this place, it's hard to guarantee that some experts will be alerted. We don't want some news to leak. Elder Jialo Yi said. He wasn't afraid of attracting experts. He was absolutely not afraid of anyone in the entire Middle Continent. However, Elder Jialo Yi knew that Du Xiaofu wanted to deal with the Great Lun sect. If their identities were spread, it would alert the enemy and cause great waves. Du Xiaofu nodded. Since they were already in the desolate country, they put away the 4 skeletal puppets and the carriage. Their figures immediately disappeared into the sky. At dusk, the sun was setting in the west. In a valley, smoke rose in spirals and the aroma of meat filled the air. Delicious, really delicious. Elder Jialo Yi and Elder Jialo Yuantu took big bites of the meat. The fragrance lingered in their teeth and cheeks. They didn't have the demeanor of the peerless experts they had during the day. Delicious, it's really delicious. Yi Piaoling, the silver-winged demonic condor, the golden python, Muruabai, and the mysterious dragon king were all salivating. It was their first time eating dragon meat. They were all excited. The meat is not bad, but it's not as tender as the dragon 9 I had on the Tianhuan continent. The meat is too tough. Sister Shuang, Sister Zijin, you missed it last time. The dragon 9's meat is much better. Du Xiaoqing was a little disgusted as she ate. She told Ouyang Shuang, Yi Zijin, and the others that the dragon 9's meat was much better. Yes, the dragon 9's meat is better than this. The little tiger nodded. Her mouth was oily. She also missed the dragon 9's meat. Light flickered in the depths of her pitch-black eyes. She missed the person who accompanied her to eat barbecued meat and dragon bone soup. Next time, if there's a chance, I'll catch a pure-blooded dragon to eat. The meat is indeed a little tough, but it's not bad. I can make do with it. After Du Xiaoyao finished eating, she wiped her mouth with her sleeve. She wanted to eat more, but there was nothing left on the barbecue table. With so many people sharing, everyone had a share. Although the 2 pieces of horned dragon meat weren't small, each person only had 1 or 2 kilograms. It wasn't enough at all. At this moment, Xiaoli, who was thrown to the side by Du Xiaofu, had a look of anger and despair in his eyes. A large group of people was actually barbecuing his meat in front of him. In the end, they were all drooling as they wolfed down the meat. That feeling made Xiaoli feel an indescribable pain. What made Xiaoli feel the most pain was that the alluring aroma of the meat assailed his nostrils. Looking at everyone eating with their saliva splattering everywhere, he actually had an appetite for his own meat. He really wanted to taste that alluring taste. This made him really want to break down. Jialo Yi and Jialo Yuan to aside, this bunch of little guys were not only eating his meat, but also commenting that his meat was too tough and not tasty. They didn't take him seriously at all. If it were any other time, he would have killed these little bastards with a wave of his hand. But now, he was a prisoner. Chapter 1469. Delicious, truly delicious. Elder Jialo Yi and Elder Jialo Yuan too quickly finished eating, but they still hadn't had their fill. They couldn't help but look at the restricted Xiaoli again. When Elder Jialo Yi and Elder Jialo Yuan too stared at him, the restricted Xiaoli's scales stood on end, his beast soul trembled, and his hair stood on end. He was afraid that Jialo Yi and Elder Jialo Yuan too would cut off a few more pieces of his flesh. But in the end, Elder Jialo Yi and Elder Jialo Yuan too restrained themselves and didn't touch Xiaoli again. After all, Xiaoli's flesh was the flesh of a peak great domain realm beast from the beast region. The energy contained in a small piece of such flesh was unimaginable to ordinary people. Of course, it was undoubtedly a fool's dream for ordinary people to want to eat horned dragon flesh. But now Yi Piaoling, Qian Guyu, Mu Ruobai, and the mysterious Flood Dragon King had all eaten it. So, under the cover of night, they began to meditate and refine the enormous energy contained in the horned dragon flesh. Although Yi Piaoling, Mu Ruobai, and the others were humans, they couldn't cultivate the golden-winged rock cultivation technique like Du Xiaofu and could absorb as much energy from the flesh and blood as the demonic beasts could. However, they could still absorb the energy from the flesh and blood of the demonic beasts with their own cultivation techniques. Even a small piece of horned dragon flesh at the peak of the great domain realm was incomparably large for Yi Piaoling, Mu Ruobai, and Qian Guyu. So, as everyone sat down cross-legged, they immediately filled the air with radiance. Du Xiaofu didn't immediately meditate. Instead, he asked 5th Elder Jialo Yuan too to release Xiaoli's voice restriction. He asked why Chioli had ambushed him along the way and why he was sent by Spirit Heaven Valley. Haha, I am Spirit Heaven Valley's consecrated elder. Who in Spirit Heaven Valley can order me around? Chioli sneered. He couldn't escape this calamity anyway. His eyes were cold, fierce, and resentful. Be honest. No matter how weak Spirit Heaven Valley is, there should still be people who can suppress you. Could it be that the old man in Spirit Heaven Valley has awakened? Did he order you around? Elder Jiaoyi frowned slightly, as if he knew some secrets of Spirit Heaven Valley. Jie, what do you want to know? Jiaoyi, Jiao Yuantu, your golden-winged great rocks shouldn't be so arrogant. Be careful not to provoke the entire central continent. Your golden-winged great rocks will definitely be in trouble. We dragons will definitely not let your clan off. The horned dragon seemed to have decided to throw caution to the wind. The other party seemed to have a favor to ask of him, and wanted to know more about the situation. That way, he might have a chance of survival. A little worm dares to threaten me? Jiao Yuantu had a violent temper. He immediately kicked Chioli, causing Chioli to scream miserably. Speak! Who told you to come? You want to bring me to Spirit Heaven Valley? Could it be that you have some business with me? Du Xiaofu asked Chioli. Someone who couldn't order Chioli around in Spirit Heaven Valley was definitely a terrifying existence. Recently, Du Xiaofu had been listening to 5th Elder Jiao Yuantu and 4th Elder Jiao Ye's conversations. It seemed like all the major forces in Kyushu had their own hidden trump cards. Some of them had chosen to hibernate and wait for their revival. Some of them had lived for a very long time but had always been in seclusion. They might not even come out for thousands of years. Those people were undoubtedly terrifying existences. Even Jiao Yi and Jiao Yuantu had to be cautious. Jie brat, do you have a favor to ask of me? Let me go and I might consider telling you what you want to know. Otherwise, I won't say it even if I die. Chioli sneered. He had to seize this opportunity. Otherwise, he would be in grave danger. You don't want to talk? It doesn't matter. Even if Spirit Heaven Valley really came to assassinate me, so what? It won't be long before the blood debt is completely settled. Du Xiaofu said without any disappointment. It didn't matter if Spirit Heaven Valley sent someone to assassinate him, or not. It wouldn't be long before everything was settled. What happened next was beyond Chioli's imagination. It was completely different from what he had imagined. Du Xiaofu didn't ask anything. He didn't know why, but before he could recover, he was thrown into a strange space. Chioli was still restrained by Elder Jiao Yuantu and couldn't move at all. However, he immediately felt a terrifying aura in this space that made his beast soul palpitate. Crackle. Immediately, purple thunderclouds gathered in that strange space. Then, purple lightning bolts fell like angry dragons. The lightning was destructive, and the pressure was surging. Rumble. Not long after, Chioli's body was bombarded by countless purple lightning bolts. His skin was torn and his flesh was torn apart. It was a horrible sight. Miserable howls and roars came from his mouth. In the valley, Du Xiaofu was no exception. After throwing Chioli into the purple lightning profound cauldron in the desolate ancient space, he felt the enormous energy from the horned dragon's flesh that he had just swallowed spread throughout his body. He began to devour and absorb it. Circulating the cultivation method of the Golden-Winged Great Rock Clan, he turned the energy of the horned dragon's flesh into profound energy and gathered it in the God's Watchtower. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's God's Watchtower nourished many things. There was the Great Rock's golden wings, the purple gold heavenly watchtower, etc. However, the Pulse Soul was missing. After the Pulse Soul and the primordial spirit merged into one, it occupied the 9 revolutions divine Lei Lian in his mind's Naiwen Palace. As his profound energy increased, Du Xiaofu could feel that his martial Dao and talisman Dao had also increased at the same time. After circulating the mysterious cultivation method that the Du family obtained, it could directly increase the power of the primordial spirit. The two did not conflict, but they were closely connected. Du Xiaofu knew that after his primordial spirit and the Pulse Soul merged into one, some special changes had occurred. However, for now, this special change did not have any side effects or harm. Du Xiaofu began to accept this fact. He prayed in his heart, hoping that it would not affect his cultivation in the future. After a moment, a golden light enveloped Du Xiaofu's body, and his absorption of energy increased. With the fourth elder Jialo Yi and the fifth elder Jialo Yuan around, Du Xiaofu could cultivate without worry. Boom! At dawn, powerful fluctuations came from the valley. After absorbing the horned dragon's flesh, many people began to break through. Some even broke through consecutively, and their cultivation increased by another level. Haha, I broke through again! I broke through too! The horned dragon's flesh is really a treasure! Laughter reverberated in the air. Quite a few people exclaimed in joy because they had successfully broken through. Those who did not break through directly also improved greatly. It would not be long before they could break through again. It's done too! Early in the morning, after Du Xiaofu stopped his breathing and adjusted his breath, two figures came out of the desolate space between his eyebrows. One of them was a 13 or 14-year-old boy. His eyes were like black flames, and there were faint golden fluctuations in them. He had a sturdy and muscular body, and two small horns on his forehead. The other was a beautiful woman. Her delicate body exuded a kind of vigorous gentleness. Her light blue long hair shone so brightly that it could reflect one's appearance. Under the tight blue armor, her body was seductive and curvy. Her curves were alluring, and she looked like a blue fairy. The two were Scarlet Rock and Blue Fantasy, who had just finished receiving the inheritance in the Heavenly Beast Hall. They had entered the Heavenly Beast Hall a long time ago, but the time it took for them to receive the inheritance was much longer than the mysterious Dragon King and the silver-winged demonic condor. They seemed to have gained a lot of benefits. Their auras had skyrocketed, and their cultivation had greatly improved. Brother Xiaofu! Scarlet Rock was very happy to see Du Xiaofu. Blue Fantasy. Looking at that extremely beautiful woman with an otherworldly aura, little Tiger Du's pitch-black eyes trembled. It was as though something invisible had gently tugged at the heartstrings of a peerless, ferocious tiger. Are you okay? Blue Fantasy came before little Tiger Du. She did not hesitate. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and her eyes were bright and clear, exuding a sense of nobility. Under the armor, her figure was curvaceous, and her waist was tight, as though she was seductive. I'm okay. After a long while, little Tiger squeezed out 3 words, causing Du Xiaoqing and Du Xiaoyao to laugh secretly. To think that this ferocious tiger would have such a side to him. Ha ha! Let's go back to Stone City first. Du Xiaofu laughed heartily. By now, the sky was bright. After packing up, the group of people disappeared from the valley. On this day, on the banks of the Middle Continent's long river, outside of the millions of mountains, a huge rock fell from the sky, landing on the highest peak of the Middle Continent's long river. On it, there was a golden sleigh word, shining brightly. Some people recognized that it was the original huge rock that stood in front of the Xianming sect, which was later plucked away by Du Xiaofu. Now that the huge rock had landed here, it was clear that the desolate country's world society was using this as a warning. Those who offended the desolate country's world society would be slain no matter how far away they were. There was probably no one who couldn't sense the meaning behind the word punish. A few days later, within the desolate country's stone city, in front of the palace, there was a huge pavilion. On top of the pavilion, there was a plaque with the words Middle Continent's First Pavilion written on it. There were a total of 7 floors in the pavilion. It was rumored that the 6th floor held the names of all the desolate country's disciples, World Society's disciples, and Heavenly Beast Hall's beasts. There were even names of the fallen allies of the ancient Heaven sect and the mysterious Talisman sect. On the 7th floor of the pavilion, there were portraits of the top experts who had fallen to protect the nether border on the Middle Continent's long river. As for the 1st to 5th floors of the Middle Continent's first pavilion, there were large amounts of cultivation resources, cultivation techniques, formations, martial techniques, mystic bones, and so on. These cultivation resources came from the Xianming sect, the Xiandu Gate, the Huijian sect, and the Immeasurable sect. Those with good eyesight would recognize that the Middle Continent's first pavilion was built by the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, using wood collected from the many pavilions and halls in the Xianming sect. From the 10th of August to the 19th of August, Xiao Yu only updated twice a day because of his driving practice. From the 20th of August to the 31st of August, Xiao Yu updated a total of 42 chapters. There were 9 chapters before that, so there are still 33 chapters left. During these 2 days, he also practiced driving and took the test 3 times a day. Even if he didn't update 9 times to make up for his debt, Xiao Yu still updated 3 times a day on average. On the 31st of August, he took the test for his driving license, went to work, and even went back to his hometown at the beginning of the month. Xiao Yu updated a total of nearly 300,000 words, which was equivalent to an average of 3 times a day. Xiao Yu felt that he wasn't working hard enough, so he didn't ask for flowers after he updated at the beginning of the month. However, Xiao Yu felt that he wasn't slacking off with this update number. The haters didn't need to criticize him. He also wanted to update more every day and earn more money. If I slacked off, it would be equivalent to me earning less money. Thank you for being more anxious than me. Thank you for worrying about me. It's 3 a.m. now and I still have to go to the driving school to practice before 7 a.m. tomorrow. I have to squeeze in all the time I have to sleep. I hope that readers can forgive me for the unstable situation. As for writing, Xiao Yu has been working hard. August has already passed. Thank you to all the readers who have supported me along the way. You have tolerated me for another month. Thank you. Chapter 1470. The most obvious thing was the dazzling golden roof of the first pagoda of the central continent. It was obviously brought here by Du Xiaofu from the immeasurable sect. Countless people had seen it with their own eyes, so it was definitely not fake. In front of the central continent's first pavilion, there were 2 towering stone pillars that reached into the clouds. They were inscribed with runes, and the shadows of ferocious birds and strange beasts were emitting radiance. Vigorous auras fluctuated, carrying the vicissitudes of thousands of years. These were also the pillars that Du Xiaofu had pulled out from outside the main hall of the Xiandu Gate, and carried away. Using the materials taken from the 4 mountain gates to build a tower, placing the cultivation resources plundered from the 4 mountain gates in the tower, placing them in the stone city. Such a tower was indeed worthy of being called the number 1 tower in Central State. In the entire central continent, there was absolutely no other building with such a history. As long as the disciples of the stone city met the requirements, they would be able to enter the first pagoda of the central state to comprehend the martial skills and secret bones within. The appearance of the central state's first pagoda and its origins were spread out. The entire desolate country was in an uproar. During this period of time, the Demon King, Du Xiaofu's trip to the Xianming sect and the Xiandu Gate had spread throughout the central region and the desolate country. At this moment, the central state's first pavilion was erected in the stone city. The meaning of this was self-evident. This is the price that the Xianming sect, Xiandu Gate, Huijian sect, and immeasurable cult have to pay for offending my desolate country's world summit. Central State's first tower, warn everyone. Those who offend my desolate country will have to bear the consequences. There was an elder who stood in front of Central State's first pavilion. Tears streamed down his face, and he was emotionally moved. He was born and raised in Stone City. Stone City was originally a small border city, but now, it stood tall in Central State. He had accompanied it along the way, watching as Stone City faced dangers without falling. Now, it was so powerful. I am a disciple of the Huang country, who dares to offend my Shui border? In front of Central State's first pavilion, there were a group of youths. Their fists were clenched, and their eyes were blazing. News of the appearance of the Central Plains first pavilion in the Stone City spread across the entire Central Plains. Its origin caused an uproar wherever the news passed. Those who lived close to it, even if they were tens of thousands of miles away, would still head over to take a look. Time slowly passed. The entire Central Plains fell into a short period of silence. However, under this silence, Everyone felt an oppressive feeling like a storm was about to come. Ever since Du Xiaofu had left, the mysterious underworld sect and the Xiandu Gate hadn't heard any more news. It was as if they had all fallen silent. On the 8th day of the 8th month, the Great Luan sect, the Profound Underworld sect, the Spirit Sky Valley, and the Great Luan sect will form the Heavenly Alliance of Zhong Province to benefit Zhong Province and advance and retreat together. We welcome all the major powers of Kyushu to come up the mountain and watch the ceremony. Suddenly, news spread from the Great Luan sect to Kyushu. On the 8th day of the 8th month, the Demon King Du Xiaofu will also go to the Great Luan sect. The Great Luan sect, the Profound Underworld sect, and the Spirit Sky Valley will form the Heavenly Alliance of Zhong Province. Not only the Central Plains, but they will also invite all the major powers of Kyushu to watch the ceremony. This is clearly to deal with the Demon King Du Xiaofu, the Ancient Heaven sect, and the Profound Talisman sect. Dongli Chihuang's Nirvana Sovereign must be using this opportunity to make his name known throughout Kyushu. The Nirvana Sovereign is a rare occurrence. Dongli Chihuang's actions seem to show that he doesn't put the Demon King Du Xiaofu in his eyes. Instead, he wants to use this opportunity to use the Demon King Du Xiaofu to make his name known throughout Kyushu. From the looks of it, Dongli Chihuang is absolutely confident that he can defeat the Demon King Du Xiaofu. The Nirvana Sovereign is definitely extraordinary. The Demon King Du Xiaofu is very strong, but if he meets a Nirvana Sovereign, I'm afraid he won't be enough. Rumor has it that the Demon King Du Xiaofu should have reached the initial stage of the martial domain realm. His cultivation speed is so fast, it's really abnormal. Initial stage of the martial domain realm, I'm afraid he won't be enough to deal with Dongli Chihuang. It's rumored that a Nirvana Sovereign can sweep through his peers and suppress all the geniuses. From the looks of it, it's not just the Central Plains that will change. The entire Kyushu will be implicated this time. There were many discussions in the Central Plains. Dongli Chihuang's strength made the people in the Central Plains, who were originally undecided and unable to come to a conclusion, lean toward Dongli Chihuang. The legendary Nirvana Sovereign was simply too dazzling. What a great first pavilion of the Central Plains! The higher you stand, the harder I'll make you fall. The 8th day of the 8th month is almost here. You won't be able to jump around for long. Above the Great Wheel sect, the sun was setting in the west, and the setting sun was like blood. Dongli Chihuang looked ahead, and a cold intent flashed in his eyes. Holy Sun, the Immeasurable sect, the Profound Underworld sect, the Xiandu Gate, and the Intelligent Sword sect have already replied. An old man stood behind Dongli Chihuang with a respectful expression. Are they still unwilling to join the Heavenly Alliance of the Central Plains? Dongli Chihuang asked indifferently as he raised his brows. The Holy Sun can predict the future. Those 4 sects replied very tactfully. They agreed to come and observe the ceremony, meaning that they will not join the Heavenly Alliance of the Central Plains for the time being. The old man said. However, many small and medium-sized factions are very enthusiastic. They are already willing to join the Heavenly Alliance of the Central Plains. Humph! Hearing this, Dongli Chihuang snorted coldly. His eyes were gloomy as he said, It seems that the Immeasurable sect has been scared out of their wits by Du Xiaofu. They are not as good as they used to be. The old man hesitated for a moment and said, Rumor has it that when Du Xiaofu went to the 4 mountain sects, he brought 2 mysterious experts with him. His strength was extraordinary, and the 4 mountain sects were afraid of him. Since Du Xiaofu dares to go to those 4 sects, he must have something to rely on. Dongli Chihuang narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Du Xiaofu, is this what you rely on? It's a pity that no matter who is supporting you this time, you won't be able to make a comeback. Holy Sun, there's one more thing. The old man looked up at Dongli Chihuang and said, The Divine Light Court sent news that Qingxingnan will come to the Great Will sect on the 7th day of the 8th month. Xingnan will come on the 7th day of the 8th month. The Eastern mythical Scarlet Phoenix's cold eyes instantly surged with a smile when she heard this. Roar! On a certain day, at the border of the desolate country, the roars of beasts were like thunder. Countless demonic beasts were entrenched in the sky and on the ground, and a dense army towered over the mountains. "Let's go!" In midair, Du Yulong waved his hand. His cloud robe fluttered, and the army leaped onto the flying demonic beasts. Immediately, they covered the sky and covered the earth. Wherever they passed, the wind and clouds surged. At the same time, at the border of the ancient heaven sect, countless soldiers covered the sky. Their auras were sharp, and the roars of beasts were heard. "Let's go!" Shenling said. His voice reverberated through the wilderness. The army moved horizontally. Wherever they passed, the earth shook, and the sky changed color. At the border of the profound talisman sect, the black army covered the sky and covered the earth. "Let's go!" someone ordered. The army of the profound talisman sect passed through like locusts, covering the mountains and rivers. "The 8th day of the 8th month is almost here!" The actions of the major forces were undoubtedly a declaration to the outside world. The desolate country, the ancient heaven sect, and the profound talisman sect had already begun to move toward the great Lun sect. The entire middle ground was in an uproar. Everyone knew that a war that would completely change the situation of the middle ground was about to begin. The desolate country, the ancient heaven sect, and the profound talisman sect had clearly teamed up. The great Lun sect, the Sky Snake sect, and the Spirit Sky Valley had once again formed the heavenly alliance of the middle ground. They had declared that they would advance and retreat together. No one could say for sure who would emerge victorious in this war. The reincarnation of the saint of the great Lun sect, Dongli Chiwang, had shaken the entire middle ground. The demon king Du Xiaofu had never been defeated among his peers. This time, he had directly charged into the 4 major forces, including the immeasurable sect. He had crippled the initial martial domain realm with one move and defeated the territorial lord Jianhong with one sword move. He had proven to the middle ground that he was still powerful and domineering after his return. One was the ruler of the desolate country, the Rock Emperor, and the famous demon king, Du Xiaofu of Kyushu. The other was the reincarnation of the saint of the great Lin sect, the representative of the evil purifying alliance. The entire middle ground was watching. The demon king, Du Xiaofu, and the reincarnation of the saint of the great Lun sect, Dongli Chiwang, were bound to fight. Their victory or defeat might be enough to affect the outcome of the war. The war enveloped the middle ground, making everyone tremble and look forward to it. In the misty space, Du Xiaofu was enveloped in a golden radiance. The mysterious runes on the talisman fluctuated, as if there was an illusion of a golden-winged rock flapping its wings and soaring into the sky behind him. It was unknown where the energy of heaven and earth came from. Du Xiaofu closed his eyes and immersed himself in a state of comprehension. After returning to the stone city, Du Xiaofu recalled his gains from the profound underworld sect, the Xiandu Gate, the intelligent sword sect, and the immeasurable sect. He comprehended some of the gains from observing the various major forces. What is extermination? Suddenly, Du Xiaofu opened his eyes. Golden light flickered like a rock looking down on the world. Silver-yellow arcs wreaked havoc, filling the air with the aura of a supreme being. Then, everything became silent. Du Xiaofu closed his eyes again. The mysterious runes on the golden talisman behind him fluctuated, mysterious and tyrannical. On the 6th day of the 8th month, the sky had just broken. A few scattered stars were scattered in the light blue sky. The autumn waters were rustling, and the mountains were covered in red maple leaves. The morning sun jumped out of the Savage Beast mountain range and pierced through the muslin clouds. It revealed an incomparable sharpness, piercing through the misty stone city. Unknowingly, the distant mountains of the Savage Beast mountain range became clear, and the faint roars of wild beasts could be heard. Boom! When Du Xiaofu came out of the ancient desolate space and walked out of the secret room, many familiar figures were already waiting there. Grandpa Xie, Brother Qing Chun, Elder Yao, First Uncle, Second Uncle. Du Xiaofu greeted them. In front of him were the most important people. It's about time. The army has already set out for several days. We should also set out. Jin Qing Chun spoke. Her eyes were filled with charm. Dongli Chiwang sent out a message. On the 8th day of the 8th month, the Great Lun sect, The mysterious underworld sect, the Spirit Sky Valley, and the Great Luan sect will form an alliance. All the major forces of Kyushu will be invited to attend the ceremony. Yi Zijin looked at Du Xiaofu and said, The Great Luan sect has already invited the Immeasurable sect, the Mysterious Underworld sect, the Intelligent Sword sect, the Xiandu Gate, and even the major forces of Kyushu to attend the ceremony. They should want to officially inform Kyushu that their sovereign has undergone nirvana. Is that so? Du Xiaofu smiled and didn't care too much. How dare you be so arrogant after undergoing nirvana? Who do you think you are? That Dongli Qiwan wants to defeat you in front of the entire Kyushu. Du Xiaoyao's golden eyes were filled with disdain. She curled her lips and said to Du Xiaofu, Why don't you hand that guy over to me? I'll let him know what it means to undergo nirvana. Du Xiaofu only smiled and looked at the people around him. Then, he looked forward. Who? Suddenly, a faint baleful aura spread out. A graceful figure appeared. Her bright red silk dress dragged on the ground. Her beautiful figure was extremely seductive. It was Phantom. Chapter 1471. The Blood Vine has sent back news that the evil spirits are gathering at the Darkeen Mountain. They plan to enter Stone City on the 8th day of the 8th month. Her voice was soft and seductive, but at this moment, Mei Ling's face that was as elegant as a budding lotus flower was cold and terrifying, and her eyes were suffused with blood-red waves. They want to come to Stone City? Hearing this, Du Xiaofu's eyes flashed with coldness and his purple robe shook violently. Where did those evil spirits come from? Looks like we have to clean them up first, but I'm afraid it will delay the Great Luan sect. Jin Qingchun frowned slightly. The Great Luan sect was not near, and if they went to the Darkeen Mountain to clean up the evil spirits, it would delay a lot of time. I will go to the Darkeen Mountain alone. The rest of you will go to the Great Luan sect. I will meet up with everyone there, Du Xiaofu said. He had made up his mind, and a faint aura spread out. It was as if the invisible energy of heaven and earth was fluctuating. Jin Qingchun, Master Apothecary Yi Wuming, Du Jinwu, Xie Tianhong and the others did not say anything. Looking at the purple-robed youth in front of them, they could still clearly remember the young man in front of them. He had been through countless hardships and was even buried in the yellow soil. In the end, he broke out of the soil and was miraculously reborn. That scene was still vivid in everyone's minds, as if it had happened yesterday. At this moment, the young man in front of him had already worn away his youthfulness. On his resolute and determined face, wherever his clear eyes looked, he was like a supreme being that made people submit to him. In just a few years, the purple-robed youth in front of them had become a dragon soaring into the sky and a great rock spreading its wings. Today, he could already lead an army to the Great Luan sect. Do you want me to go with you? Jin Qingchun didn't say anything. He looked at the purple-robed young man in front of him. He hadn't forgotten what had happened back then, but at this moment, the formless aura coming from the young man in front of him made him tremble slightly. I will ask the fourth elder to go with me. The others will need Brother Qingchun and the fifth elder to lead them, Du Xiaofu said. For this trip to the Great Luan sect, all the experts from the Stone City had come. In order to avoid any accidents, Du Xiaofu could only be at ease with the fifth elder around. After all, not long ago, he was ambushed by Qiu Li of Spirit Heaven Valley. Xiaofu, be careful on the road. It was the former city lord of Stone City Yi Baolin. He was also the current city lord of Stone City. This time, he wanted to stay in Stone City. Stone City also needed someone to stay. Looking at the young man in front of him, Yi Baolin smiled. He was glad that he had made the decision back then. Today, the Yi clan was no longer the same as before. They were so powerful that they could no longer be compared to before. They would always be the Du clan's ally. However, at this moment, Yi Baolin also had a trace of regret in his heart as he looked at his beloved daughter who stood quietly not far from Du Xiaofu. She was the most brilliant descendant of the Yi clan, and also the apple of his eye and the flesh of his heart. However, at this moment, compared to Ouyang Shuang and the others by Du Xiaofu's side, Although Yi Zijin's brilliance was not the slightest bit inferior, she could not suppress the crowd. There was also Zhu Shui from the Profound Talisman sect and Sima Muhan from the Ancient Heaven sect. Yi Baolin had heard of these people before. Therefore, at this moment, Yi Baolin secretly thought that if he had made his move earlier while this young man's father, Du Tingxian, was still in Stone City, with his relationship with Du Tingxian, he would have had an 80% chance. Perhaps now, this brat would have changed his way of addressing him. I'll leave Stone City to everyone. As Yi Baolin thought to himself, Du Xiaofu opened his mouth and nodded. After speaking, he immediately flew out. When Du Xiaofu appeared outside the Du clan, there were already many figures in the air. The experts from the World Society, Du clan, and Desolate Country all soared into the air and hovered in the air. Their auras froze the surroundings, and the vast aura caused the clouds to move. Greetings, Palace Lord! Greetings, President! Respectful voices could be heard one after another as familiar figures appeared in midair. Du Xiaofu looked at the familiar figures in the air. Yi Piaoling, Mysterious Dragon King, Duqing Demon Shangguan Qi Xian were all present. Du Hao, Du Shui, and the rest had also returned from the Ancient Heaven sect. Even Gu Zong, Gu Zhangyu, Qiaoing Meng, Judge Hao and the rest had returned from the Ancient Heaven sect's World Society. There were also familiar figures from Tianwu Academy. The general, Gu Xingyan, Li Yuxiao, and the rest were all present. The younger generation of the Du clan were like dragons and phoenixes among men. They could stand shoulder to shoulder with any of their peers. There were faint arcs of electricity in the air. Du Xiaofu squinted his eyes. The barren country's elites were all present for this trip to the Great Lun sect. There were many martial honorables in the barren country's World Society, but there weren't many martial domain realms. However, with his big brother, Jin Qingchen, and a puppet that was comparable to a domain realm martial spirit, he had quite a number of Gu Diao, Sky Moon Poisoned Spider, Du Xiaoyao, and Du Xiaoqing. Most importantly, he had the fourth elder and the fifth elder by his side. They were his greatest support. TSK! Just as Du Xiaofu was sizing them up, the aura above the stone city fluctuated. Many figures flew through the air, and powerful auras spread out. 2 figures were in the lead, and they were like 2 bright suns in the sky. Greetings, young palace lord. Someone bowed. It was a group of extraordinary young men and women. They were familiar figures. They were Lin Weiqi, Tao Yu, Wama Xing, Dongli Diao, Sun Tian, Yu Bai, and the rest. They were the disciples that had been sent away from the 7-star hall. It seems that we are not late this time. 2 figures descended from the sky. It was a man and a woman. The man smiled. He looked to be in his 40s, and his facial features were like a sculpture. His long purple hair fluttered slightly as he landed beside Du Xiaofu. The man's purple patterned robe fluttered, and he exuded a noble aura that was enough to make thousands of beasts tremble. He was the palace lord of the Mizang Hall, Zi Tianzuan. Greetings, 6th uncle and 2nd uncle. Du Xiaofu bowed. After returning to the Stone City, he had learned that his 2nd uncle and 6th uncle had come to the Stone City. There were still disciples of the 7-star hall who had hidden away from the pursuit of the devil religion and the divine light court. Everyone has been waiting for you for a long time. Yu Xianzi spoke. She was dressed in a green palace dress, and was untainted by the mortal world. Once the matter of the Great Wheel sect is settled, the debt of blood of the 7-star hall will be repaid with blood. Du Xiaofu nodded. He had never intended to let the divine light court go. He could feel the aura of his 2nd uncle and 6th uncle beside him. They had successfully broken through to the 9-star spirit talisman master and martial domain realm. I heard that you joined the immeasurable sect and didn't disgrace your master. Zi Tianzuan patted Du Xiaofu's shoulder and looked at the towering building not far away. Is that the first tower of the central state? Du Xiaofu smiled and didn't speak. Are you going to the Great Wheel sect? Let's go together with the 7-star hall. It's time to tell the world that the 7-star hall still exists in this world. Yu Xianzi said softly. There wasn't much aura emanating from her body, but it made people feel as if they were looking at the vast universe. It was unfathomable and made people's souls throb. Then let's go. A moment later, Du Xiaofu looked at the people around him and nodded slightly. He waved his purple robe and his figure flew into the air. Boom! In an instant, the entire stone city trembled, and many powerful auras surged. Let's go! One figure after another flew into the air, followed by many experts. They flew across the stone city. Wait for the Rock Emperor's triumphant return! Inside and outside the stone city, countless people knelt down. Their voices were monstrous and resounded through the clouds. Chapter 1472. At the same time, many experts gathered at the ancient heaven sect. Let's go! Silhouettes flew out, and their target was the Great Wheel sect. Early in the morning, at the Profound Talisman sect. Girl, once we go, there is no turning back. If we fail, the entire Profound Talisman sect will have to pay a huge price, and may not be able to recover. That Du Xiaofu is not bad, but this time, it is too important. On the mountain peak, an elder in his 50s looked at Zhu Shui. He was not handsome, but his temperament was like that of a king. Godfather, I am his friend, but I am also a disciple of the Profound Talisman sect. I trust my instincts. Zhu Shui looked up. She was beautiful, and her eyes were firm. She had always insisted on her choice. I persuaded many elders who were against it, and also alerted the ancestors. That was how I got this chance. I hope you will not make the wrong choice, the elder said. He was the sect leader of the Profound Talisman sect, Namli Hun. During the battle at the Central Region's Long River, he had also come to the Central Region's Long River. Thank you, Godfather. Zhu Shui smiled. Her godfather had always protected her in the Profound Talisman sect. Otherwise, she would not have been able to hold such great power. I trust him. He has never been defeated before. This time, Dongli Qiwan was not able to defeat him, not even a Nirvana sovereign. Zhu Shui looked into the distance and murmured. Swoosh swoosh. After a while, under the morning sun, many experts flew out from the Profound Talisman sect. Their target was also the Great Lun sect. A storm was coming, and the shadow of the war shone on the central region. The Dark Moon Mountain was the closest place to the desolate country. It was cold all year round, and the mountain range was vast. There were no demonic beasts and few living creatures. The entire vast Darkeen Mountain didn't have much spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Therefore, there weren't any spiritual herbs or treasures of heaven and earth appearing in the Darkeen Mountain. Adventurers wouldn't enter all year round. Rumor had it that the Dark Moon Mountain had a history. A long time ago, this place was an ancient battlefield. An expert destroyed everything and plundered all life. After countless years, this place became a cold place. The mountain range was bare and covered with green rocks. Few trees could be seen. The sky was shrouded in fog all year round. The dark nether mountain was completely silent. It was deathly silent. Whoosh whoosh. In this quiet mountain range, a couple of rushing wind sounds were suddenly transmitted from the distance. A couple of figures rushed over from the distant sky. After a couple of flashes, they appeared in the air. We're here. Phantom landed on the ground and looked ahead. Her eyes glowed with a blood-red light. Her bright red dress was particularly dazzling in this deathly silent mountain range. So this is the Dark Moon Mountain? Du Xiaofu stared at the mountain range in front of him. His eyes narrowed slightly, and the deathly stillness made him feel uncomfortable. Behind Du Xiaofu were Du Xiaoqing, Du Xiaoyao, Little Tiger, Ouyang Shuang, Yi Zijin, and Elder Jila. This time, only the 8 of them came to the Dark Nether Mountain. It does seem a little abnormal. As soon as Ouyang Shuang landed, she seemed to have sensed something and frowned slightly. Du Xiaofu was a little surprised when he heard this. He looked at Ouyang Shuang in surprise. The Bayan sword on me sensed that this place is abnormal. Ouyang Shuang glanced at Du Xiaofu. At this moment, the Bayan sword in the God's Watchtower was buzzing, proving that the nearby mountain range was abnormal. Du Xiaofu was still a little surprised. At this moment, the purple lightning profound cauldron in the god's watchtower also sensed an abnormal fluctuation. The source was the dark moon mountain in front of them. At this moment, Du Xiaofu had also locked on to the source. It did not come from his primordial spirit or the purple lightning profound cauldron, but from a soul imprint that was left in the blood vine spirit. It's in front. Du Xiaofu spoke, and his figure flashed forward. A moment later, in the valley where clouds gathered, there was a huge abyss. It was so deep that the bottom could not be seen, and the aura made people tremble. There seems to be something evil. Elder Jialoi spoke as he looked down at the abyss. As a golden-winged rock, it was easy for him to sense evil things. Moreover, with Elder Jialoi's cultivation and strength, nothing in the vicinity could escape his prying eyes. Swish! Suddenly, there was a fluctuation of aura in the abyss, and it was extremely cold. Be careful, Ouyang Shuang said, ready for battle. Yi Zijin was also ready, and her delicate body was tense. Du Xiaoqing, Du Xiaoyao, and the others did not care too much, but the aura on their bodies also began to fluctuate. Swish! In a short moment, a blood-black figure suddenly fell from the abyss, and an extremely powerful and cold aura fluctuated. In an instant, the figure was filled with a murderous aura. He immediately landed in front of Du Xiaofu and bowed. Greetings, third young master. The newcomer was the blood vine spirit. His hair was like a small black python, and he had taken human form. His eyes were blood-red and frightening, but when he saw Du Xiaofu, his eyes were immediately filled with joy. Did he find you? Du Xiaofu asked, staring at the abyss. There was a terrifying murderous aura surging from the abyss. I just found out. The leader is called the Blood Soul, and he is very strong. He has recently reached the Nirvana Demon Venerable level, and I can't do anything to him. The blood vine spirit spoke, and his blood-red eyes trembled. He clenched his fists, and his hair fluttered like countless pythons spitting out their tongues. He said coldly, "The soul evil and the beast killer have already been devoured by him. I am powerless to stop him. I didn't expect you to be the traitor. You can't escape." As the blood vine spirit's voice fell, an ear-piercing sound suddenly surged from the abyss. Then, from the abyss, layers of blood-red black fog surged out, and a vast and gloomy aura surged, and the murderous aura spread, immediately blocking the light of heaven and earth. Suddenly, the temperature of the entire dark nether mountain plummeted, and the terrifying smell of blood and cold air filled the sky. Swish! At the same time, at the bottom of the abyss, a black fog vortex appeared, and a black and blood-red figure appeared. The figure was solid, but it was slightly illusory. A pair of blood-red eyes above the abyss, like a blood-red black hole, and the aura from the black and blood-red body could freeze the void. Awu! Following the appearance of this figure, countless evil spirits rushed out from the abyss. Their roars were like the cries of ghosts and the howls of gods, and the black fog and bloody aura filled the sky, lingering in the clouds. In a short period of time, they covered the sky and covered the earth. So many. Even Du Xiaoqing, Ouyang Shuang, Yi Zijin and the rest, who were no longer the same as before, could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Within the churning black fog, a murderous aura filled the sky, and numerous enormous human-shaped evil spirits and ferocious beast-shaped evil spirits fought. The number was unimaginable. It was like a black ocean had occupied the entire dark nether mountain. Awu! Ear-piercing roars that seemed to be able to pierce the soul were emitted from the mouths of countless evil spirits, and the cries of ghosts and the howls of gods reverberated. Chapter 1473. What a strange evil spirit! The consequences were almost unimaginable. Yi Zijin frowned. Many of these terrifying evil spirits were at the supremacy level, and many of them were at the emperor level. If these evil spirits entered the Stone City on the 8th day of the 8th month when all the elites of the Stone City gathered at the Great Wheel Sect, it would be a disaster for the entire Stone City. Blood would flow like a river, and the entire Stone City would turn into a ghost town. So you brought helpers? Just these few people? In the sky, the Blood Soul looked at Du Xiaofu and the others with a cold smile. There were many evil spirit experts behind him, and their auras were extremely terrifying. Kill Hun Xie and Shou Sha, and your soul will be destroyed too. Seeing the Blood Soul, the phantom's face darkened. Blood light surged, and a cold chill spread out from her body. You are that red spider lily, right? If I devour you, I might be able to possess your red spider lily body. Hee hee. Looking at the phantom, the Blood Soul's eyes were burning with greed. I'm afraid you are not enough, the phantom said. Her bright red dress was covered with blood light. The space around her shook, and a blood-colored waterfall spread out, instantly surging out. She has already reached the nirvana level. Feeling the aura of the phantom, the Blood Soul's face changed. He was an evil spirit, and the phantom was actually a demon spirit. The red spider lily body was a powerful existence. Let's end this quickly. Leave this to me. It can't escape from the grudge of Shou Sha and Han Xie. Du Xiaofu came to the front of the phantom and shook his purple sleeves. He then said to Elder Jiao Yi, Fourth Elder, please seal the space. Don't let any of the evil spirits escape. Don't worry. None of them will escape. Elder Jiao Yi smiled faintly. As he spoke, a golden light began to spread from his body, and the vast sky and earth shook with a loud rumble. Boom! Unknowingly, the space froze. With Elder Jiao Yi's cultivation, the strongest of these evil spirits was only at the nirvana level. How could they escape? Kill! At the same time, Ouyang Shuang waved her hand. A vast chi swept across the area as she held the hyacinth sword in her hand. It was as if she could shatter the void and slaughter everything in her path with just a wave of her hand. Chi la la! In just an instant, Ouyang Shuang waved her sword, and the Swanee sword shot out by itself. Wherever it passed, the evil spirit experts were slaughtered like ants. The Swanee sword was actually able to absorb the remnant souls of the evil spirits, and was the nemesis of the evil spirits. Kill! Du Shaoqing made her move. Blazing flames soared into the sky, forming a sea of fire. The evil spirit was enveloped in it, and directly burned into smoke. It had no power to resist at all. Du Xiaoyao Yizijin, Little Tiger Du, Phantom, and Bloodvine Doom also attacked together. Like fierce tigers pouncing into a flock of sheep, they slaughtered their way through and destroyed countless evil spirits. Bang bang bang! In the Abyss Canyon, Elder Jiao Yi distorted the space around him. With a thought, he didn't even need to make a move. The countless evil spirits in the space exploded. Oh! Countless evil spirits panicked. Out of their instinctive fear, they wailed and howled. The space was like purgatory. The countless evil spirit army seemed to be densely packed, but at this moment, under the leadership of Elder Jiao Yi, Ouyang Shuang, Du Shaoqing, and the others, they were able to suppress the evil spirits. It didn't take long for them to eliminate the overwhelming evil spirit army. Chi La! Purple lightning flashed in all directions. Du Xiaofu waved his hand, and the lightning in front of him covered the claw. It was like a huge lightning net, and he had already caught the Blood Soul in his hand. The Blood Soul didn't even know what was going on, and it couldn't move anymore. What a familiar aura! The terrifying purple lightning made the Blood Soul feel the most direct fear and horror. Soul-searching technique! After capturing the Blood Soul, Du Xiaofu didn't say anything else. Light surged on his fingers, and his fingers bent into a claw. Then, with a dazzling rune, he landed directly on the Blood Soul's head. The soul-searching technique searched the primordial spirit and soul. Although the Blood Soul was an evil spirit, it was originally an evil spirit's body, so the soul-searching technique could be used on it. A vast power descended, and fear crept up from the depths of the Blood Soul's soul. It wanted to struggle, but it couldn't. In the end, the Blood Soul also began to wail incessantly as if it were being subjected to the most gruesome torture. In the sky above the abyss, the evil spirit army was completely wiped out. Not a single one escaped. Hula! The phantom's graceful figure was in the air. Her bright red dress fluttered in the wind, revealing her white arms. As she moved, a powerful devouring power spread out from her body, devouring the energy of the surrounding evil spirits. The blood vine spirit didn't fall behind. It also devoured the energy of the surrounding evil spirits. Buzz! In Ouyang Shuang's hand, the swan and eye sword emitted the sound of wind and thunder as it devoured the evil spirit remnant souls. It seemed to nourish the sword, and the nether chi became denser, causing Elder Jiaoyi to look askance. When Du Xiaofu stopped the soul-searching technique, it was already half an hour later. At this moment, the blood-soul evil spirit's aura was weak, and its blood-red eyes were lifeless. Then Du Xiaofu put it into the ancient desolate space. Enter the stone city on the 8th of August. Dongli Qi Wang, I will make you pay double for this. Du Xiaofu's cold voice came out from his mouth, and his face was extremely cold. From the news that the blood soul was planning to enter the stone city on the 8th of August, Du Xiaofu suspected that it had something to do with the Great Wheel sect. And from the soul-searching technique, Du Xiaofu found out that the blood soul was directly under the orders of Dongli Qi Wang. Back then, all the evil spirits in the central state were under the control of Dongli Qi Wang. He deliberately let them enter the desolate country to deal with the desolate country's world assembly. Originally, Du Xiaofu suspected that these evil spirits were related to the devil religion. However, from the soul-searching technique, Du Xiaofu found out that these evil spirits really had nothing to do with the devil religion. The origin of these evil spirits was the evil spirits that were defeated in the other continents. Some of them escaped the net, and escaped to the central state. The blood soul met the eastern mythical Crimson Phoenix during her escape, and was supported by her. She swept through all obstacles and finally took control of the evil spirits in the central region. Gradually, she formed an army of evil spirits in the central region. This time, Dongli Qi Wang wanted to let the evil spirit army enter the Stone City while the elites of the Stone City were leaving. He wanted to break away from the Spirit Sky Valley and the Sky Snake sect and seize the legendary treasure in the Stone City alone. He wanted to turn the Stone City into a river of blood and raze it to the ground. When the evil spirits appeared again, the Great Wheel sect would be able to reorganize the evil purifying alliance and control the central state. This plan was absolutely vicious. This Dongli Qi Wang is really sinister and vicious. When Du Xiaofu told Yi Zijin, Ouyang Shuang, and the others what he knew from the soul-searching technique, Yi Zijin and the others frowned. That Dongli Qi Wang is not a good person. He should have died long ago. This time, we must not let him go. Du Xiaoqing clenched her fists as killing intent surged out of her eyes. Dongli Qi Wang, you will pay for the blood of the desolate nation's world society disciples and the soul evil beasts. Du Xiaofu's cold voice came out of his mouth. A cold smile formed on his lips as golden light flashed in his eyes. This time, Du Xiaofu was completely enraged. That Dongli Qi Wang was so vicious. How could Du Xiaofu tolerate it? A dragon had a reverse scale, and a rock had a reverse feather. As the days passed, the closer it was to the 8th day of the 8th month, the more depressed the central state became. However, for some unknown reason, even in the central region, the armies of the desolate nation's world society, the profound talisman sect, and the ancient heaven sect had gathered close to the Great Lun sect. However, the Great Lun sect did not obstruct them at all and allowed the armies of the three forces to enter. On the other hand, the Sky Snake sect, Spirit Sky Valley, and Great Will sect were extremely calm. Seeing that the armies of the desolate nation's world society, ancient heaven sect, and profound talisman sect had arrived in front of the Great Wheel sect, they were not worried at all. The central state was in turmoil as countless forces were waiting for the result. On the 7th day of the 8th month, the moon was dark and the wind was strong. Thousands of miles away from the Great Wheel sect, the experts of the three forces gathered in temporary tents. Familiar figures gathered in the desolate nation's world society and 7-star hall. Jinqin Chen, Yu Xianzi, Amethyst Venerable, Apothecary Yu Wuming, Diyunlong, Du Xiaoman, Silver-Winged Demonic Eagle, Yi Piaoling, General, Lin Weiqi, Dongli Diao, North Vanquishing Prince, Ouyang Ling, and Yuan Shanshan. Savage Condor and Sky Moon Venomous Spider stood together with Guqin Devil Shangguan Qi Xian, Blue Fantasy, and Scarlet Rock. Ancient Heaven sect was led by Sima Taxing, Venerable Golden Rock, Elder Gu Qingyong, Xiang Ling, Shui Ruhan, Si Ruofeng, and Yin Mochen. Profound Talisman sect was led by Nanli Hun, Zhu Shui, Xinyan, and Guiming. Their lineup was not inferior to Ancient Heaven sects. Guqing Devil Shangguan Qi Xian, why is this guy in the World Society? Many young people in Profound Talisman sect and Ancient Heaven sect had seen Guqing Devil in Tianhuan continent. He was definitely a fiend who had killed countless people and was ruthless. As one of the 12 godly heroes, it was enough to prove Guqing Devil Shangguan Qi Xian's talent. Seeing him in the World Society, it immediately caused many exclamations. I have joined the World Society. Guqing Devil Shangguan Qi Xian nodded slightly as he knew acquaintances in Profound Talisman sect and Ancient Heaven sect. Given Guqing Devil Shangguan Qi Xian's arrogance, he would not have taken the initiative to greet them in the past. However, as a member of the World Society and an ally of Ancient Heaven sect and Profound Talisman sect, he lowered his status. Isn't this guy very arrogant? Why did he join the World Society? Many people in Profound Talisman sect and Ancient Heaven sect were extremely surprised. At this moment, Elder Jialo Yuantu was sitting on the main seat with his legs crossed. He did not pay much attention to Sima Taxing, Nanli Hun, and the others. However, there were several old figures besides Sima Taxing and Nanli Hun. They were secretly surprised by Elder Jialo Yuantu's aura. Chapter 1474. Looking at the younger generation of the Du family, the experts of the Profound Talisman sect and the Ancient Heaven sect glanced at the younger generation led by Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoman, Du Hao, Du Yu, Du Shui, Yi Piaoling, the 18 Heavenly Guards, the generals of the Tianwu Academy, Gu Xinyan, Wu Kei, and the others. These young people were already famous in the Central Continent at such a young age. Any one of them was extremely terrifying. At this moment, all of these young people were gathered together. The younger generation of the Profound Talisman sect and the Ancient Heaven sect could not be compared to them. Thinking of this, Sima Taxing and Nan Lihuan exchanged a glance. The younger generation of the Desolate Country's World Society was too terrifying. With their terrifying talent and gross speed, it wouldn't be long before the Desolate Country's World Society rose completely. One day, even the Profound Talisman sect and the Ancient Heaven sect would be suppressed. How did Du Xiaofu manage to gather such a terrifying group of young people? Nan Lihan muttered to himself, as he secretly smacked his lips. Tomorrow is the 8th day of the 8th month. The army has already gathered. Xiaofu hasn't arrived yet, Venerable Golden Rock said. His eyes glowed with a faint golden brilliance. Because he had comprehended the cultivation method of the Golden Winged Rock clan, he could feel the aura of Elder Jialo Yuantu. Feeling the aura of Elder Jialo Yuantu, Venerable Golden Rock couldn't help but want to kneel down in the tent. If that mysterious old man exerted a little effort, he would be able to prostrate himself. Senior Golden Rock, don't worry. Third brother said he'll be back. He should be back soon. Maybe he's just delayed for a while, Yunlong said to Venerable Golden Rock. Over the years, from a small force in Lanling City to the current vice president of the World Society, Yunlong's strength was enough to be compared with any of his peers in the 9 regions. That invisible aura carried a kind of pressure, and also the aura of a supreme being. Even when facing some of the top experts from the Ancient Sky sect and the Profound Talisman school, Yunlong was still able to deal with them with ease without losing his composure. Many experts from the Ancient Sky sect and the Profound Talisman schools secretly nodded their heads in admiration. Third young master has returned. As soon as Yunlong finished speaking, the Gu Diao opened its mouth. It had the blood soul seal in its beast soul, so it could feel the aura connected to the beast soul immediately. Sorry for the delay. I've only just arrived. As soon as Gu Diao finished speaking, a voice came from outside the tent. Then, several figures walked into the tent. They were Du Xiaofu, Elder Jialo Yi, Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaoqing, and the others. Greetings, seniors. Walking into the main hall, Du Xiaofu cupped his fists and bowed. The profound talisman sect was their ally, and the ancient heaven sect was their master. Many of them were seniors and elders, so they did not dare to be careless. Du Xiaofu saw quite a number of unfamiliar elders from the profound symbol sect and the ancient heaven sect as his gaze swept across the area. He immediately sensed several domain stage auras. From the looks of it, the profound symbol sect and the ancient heaven sect had gone all out this time. So, this is the kid. As Du Xiaofu walked in, Namli Hun and the others in the profound talisman sect saw Du Xiaofu for the first time. They secretly observed him, but they could not detect any aura from Du Xiaofu's body. It was as if he was an unfathomable abyss. Zhu Shui stepped forward and introduced Namli Hun and the 3 domain stage experts from the profound talisman sect. Greetings, Sect Master Namli and seniors. Du Xiaofu smiled and bowed. He was neither servile nor overbearing, but he did not lose his manners. Little friend, you're too polite. Namli Hun and the others did not act carelessly. Du Xiaofu's actions in the 4 mountain sects had already spread throughout the Central Plains. Naturally, the profound talisman sect had already received detailed information. At this moment, how could they act carelessly in front of a young man who could defeat Domain Master Jianhong with a single sword strike? After that, Gu Qingyang also introduced the 2 domain masters of the ancient heaven sect to Du Xiaofu. They were Du Xiaofu's grandmasters. Du Xiaofu respectfully performed the sect etiquette, which made the 2 domain masters beam. They were very happy and praised him endlessly. Venerable Golden Rock had also set foot in the martial field. This time, the ancient heaven sect had sent 4 domain stage experts, which were not inferior to the profound talisman sect. There were also many venerable realm experts. It was Du Xiaofu's first time seeing many of them. As expected, they have a strong foundation. Du Xiaofu sighed inwardly. Not to mention the profound talisman sect, it was the first time he had seen many venerable realm experts in his own sect, the ancient heaven sect. If there were no important matters, these venerable realm experts would either be in seclusion or go out to seek opportunities in dangerous places. They would not stay in the Manchu at all. After that, Du Xiaofu tossed the blood soul out of the ancient desolate space and told the profound talisman sect and ancient heaven sect about what had happened between the blood soul and the East mythical scarlet phoenix. Everyone who heard it changed their expressions and was stunned. This Dongli Qi Huang is really sinister and vicious. Namli Hun's eyes were cold. It could be said that the entire evil purifying alliance had been tricked by Dongli Qi Huang. Dongli Qi Huang was sinister and cunning in his previous life. As a person who has lived 2 lives, it's natural that he's sinister and vicious. An old man in the ancient heaven sect spoke. He was a martial domain stage expert, and had lived for a long time. He had heard many things about the Middle Continent. He had also heard some rumors about Dongli Qi Huang's past life. It's a pity that there are still many sects that have been deceived by him. Many experts sighed and secretly praised Dongli Qi Huang's vicious move. He had actually played the entire evil purifying alliance in his hands. If it weren't for the desolate country's world assembly, the entire Middle Continent would have been under his control. Xiaofu, how confident are we in going against the Great Lun sect tomorrow? After all, it's the Great Lun sect. I reckon that the Spirit Sky Valley and the Sky Snake sect have also made preparations. At least, we won't have an advantage in terms of lineup. Moreover, it's the Great Lun sect. With the help of the Great Lun sect's mountain protecting formation, we'll be at a disadvantage once we go against them. Sima Taxing reminded Du Xiaofu that the Great Lun sect was not easy to deal with. Although the desolate country's world assembly was no longer the same as before, Sima Taxing knew that the desolate country's world assembly, the profound talisman sect, and the ancient heaven sect could only compete with each other. Once they went against the Great Lun sect, they would be suppressed first. From the words of the ancestors in the sect, Sima Taxing felt that the Great Lun sect would be completely defeated this time. At that time, they wouldn't even know how they died. However, Sima Taxing was still a bit confused. He couldn't understand the words of the ancestors in the sect. Sima Taxing felt that the ancestors in the sect seemed to be afraid of something, so he didn't say much. It seemed that he didn't want to reveal any information. After hearing Sima Taxing's words, many experts of the profound talisman sect also looked at Du Xiaofu. They had always wanted to know how confident Du Xiaofu was tomorrow. Once they went against the Great Lun sect tomorrow, there would be no turning back. This time, the profound talisman sect also put their entire sect on the line. There couldn't be any mistakes. Looking at everyone's gazes, Du Xiaofu clearly understood the meaning of Sima Taxing's words. Looking at the experts in the tent with a faint golden glow, Du Xiaofu slightly opened his mouth and said, "I really don't know how confident I am in this matter. I want to thank the Ancient Heaven sect and the Profound Underworld sect for their help. I will remember this great kindness in my heart. However, I can tell you that even if it is only my desolate country's world conference tomorrow, I will still go against the Great Lun sect. Don't worry, the little Great Lun sect won't be able to overturn the heavens. What defensive formation? I'm still here." Sacred Array Child Jin Qi Chun slightly raised his brows. He knew the origins of the two mysterious old men in the tent. Why would they be afraid of the Great Lun sect? If they angered this terrifying supreme race, they could raise the entire sect to the ground in a matter of minutes. Du Xiaofu, we won't show our faces tomorrow. Just do whatever you want. Even if the Great Lun sect is a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, there's no need to fear it. Just raise it to the ground. Elder Jialo Yi said to Du Xiaofu at an inappropriate time. The aura emanating from his thin and small body made all the experts in the tent tremble for no reason. This is also a matter for you juniors. If the older members of the Great Lun sect were to take action, I wouldn't hesitate to take action. However, it's not suitable for me and the fourth elder to take action against some juniors. Elder Jialo Yuantu said to Du Xiaofu. For them, an ordinary sealed domain realm expert was definitely considered a junior. If it wasn't necessary, it would be a little embarrassing for them to take action against those who weren't strong enough. Many people in the tent looked at each other when they heard Elder Jialo Yi and Elder Jialo Yuantu's words. None of the experts from the Profound Talisman sect and the Ancient Heaven sect knew their identities. The curtain of night shrouded the sky, and the moonlight shone like silk. On the summit of the mountain, Du Xiaofu looked around. A dense army had gathered all over the mountain, and the occasional roar of a monster beast could be heard echoing through the wilderness. Using his consciousness, Du Xiaofu easily sensed that many disciples of the three great factions had been cultivating throughout the night, preparing for the bloody battle that would erupt tomorrow. Du Xiaofu stared into the distance, thousands of miles away, in the direction of the Great Wheel sect. Under his purple robe, his fists were clenched tightly. A bloody battle was unavoidable tomorrow. Who knew how many disciples would be killed and how many experts would be bathed in blood? Du Xiaofu knew that this was his decision. If he wanted to settle everything with the Great Lun sect, a debt of blood would naturally have to be repaid with blood. However, this was also the world of cultivators. The strong were respected and strength was paramount. Those who could survive tomorrow's bloody battle would probably have some progress and comprehension. Those who died tomorrow would also represent how cruel and merciless this world was. But I will also bear the responsibility and karma, Du Xiaofu softly muttered. In tomorrow's bloody battle, he would also bear the responsibility and karma. If he could become stronger, he would be able to protect even more people. Still not resting? A delicate voice rang out as a graceful figure slowly walked out. Her large and beautiful eyes were filled with a bright and clear radiance. It was Ouyang Shuang. Chapter 1475. Are Uncle Ling and Aunt Chan resting? Du Xiaofu turned around and smiled. He had already sensed Ouyang Shuang's arrival, so he was not surprised by her presence. Father and mother are adjusting their breathing in preparation for tomorrow, Ouyang Shuang said as she looked at the man in front of her. Her big and beautiful eyes were like twinkling stars in the night sky. Over the past few months, she had accompanied him to the 4 mountain gates and traveled across half of the central region. He had become increasingly powerful and had soared into the sky. He was no longer the young man who had bitten her lips in Lanling City. Ouyang Shuang's heart rippled inexplicably as she recalled the time when he had bitten her lips and refused to let go. She blushed slightly and looked even more charming under the moonlight. However, she quickly restrained herself and took a deep breath in her heart. She said softly to Du Xiaofu, "You have to be careful at the Great Lun Sect tomorrow." "I will." Du Xiaofu looked ahead and lifted his gaze slightly. He clenched his fists tightly. There was bound to be a bloody battle tomorrow. Although the desolate country's world meeting and the Du family's disciples were much stronger than before, Du Xiaofu would not underestimate the Great Lun Sect, which had tens of thousands of years of history. Tomorrow's battle was extremely important. If he won, other than the desolate country's blood feud, his dream of becoming a wealthy family would be improved. However, if he lost, unfortunately, not only would his dream be shattered, his family and friends would also be killed. "It's a pity that I don't know where my master is now. If I could get my master's help, I wouldn't be afraid of the Great Lun Sect." However, he also said that he couldn't be bothered with the matters of Kyushu. "I'm afraid that even if he were here, he wouldn't interfere," Ouyang Shuang said softly as she thought of her master. She could tell from his words that her master didn't seem to care much about the forces in Kyushu. Ouyang Shuang knew very well that although her master looked crazy, his strength had definitely reached an extremely terrifying level. "Are you talking about your master? Is he the old man who chased after Ibai in the Divine Thunder Mountain Range? The world is really strange." Du Xiaofu had also heard from Ouyang Shuang about her expired master. It was the old man who had chased after Fu Ibai all over the Divine Thunder Mountain Range, causing Fu Ibai to be apprehensive of him. He sighed at the wonders of the world and never expected that Ouyang Shuang would actually become his disciple. "My master is erratic," Qin Wentian said. Ouyang Shuang smiled helplessly. Right now, even if she wanted to look for her master, she couldn't find him. Last time, she had snuck out. Perhaps the next time she saw him, he would come to capture her and bring her back to cultivate. "By the way, do you like women or men now?" Du Xiaofu suddenly looked at Ouyang Shuang and asked curiously. "Are you looking for a beating?" Ouyang Shuang was stunned. Then, her peerless face suddenly changed. She glared at Du Xiaofu with her big beautiful eyes and said, "After so many years, you are still as annoying as ever. I just want to make things clear. Although you are a tomboy, you are so beautiful. If you only like women, then it would be a pity. In the future, you will have to defile another woman. For men, this is equivalent to having 2 less women in this world." Du Xiaofu pouted and rolled his eyes. He felt that he was thinking for all men. It would be a pity if such a femme fatale wasn't interested in men. Go to hell. Ouyang Shuang glared at Du Xiaofu. It was just a simple word. Then, she turned around and left in anger. After so many years, this bastard was still as annoying as ever. Moreover, he was the kind that was very annoying. Why is she angry? When did I provoke her? Du Xiaofu shrugged with an aggrieved expression. He did not know how he had provoked that tomboy. You deserve to be scolded. You don't even know how to be gentler to a girl. You deserve to be scolded. A gentle voice sounded. It was very comfortable to listen to. A beautiful figure appeared. Her bright eyes looked helplessly at Du Xiaofu. Second teacher aunt. Du Xiaofu bowed and smiled honestly. The person who had come was the master of Tianxian Hall, Yu Xianzi. He said, "She is a tomboy, not a woman. You are still young and do not understand romance. You can't understand the feelings of a girl." Yu Xianzi smiled. Then, she looked at Du Xiaofu and asked seriously, "Do you have any news about your master?" Hearing this, Du Xiaofu's expression also became serious. His fists slightly clenched under the long sleeves of his purple robe. Then, he told his second teacher and everything he had learned about his master, Xiahou Fenglei, from the soul of the devil religion's Yin Thunder Elder. "I have the 3,000 Thunder Soul seed left by Master in my Naiwen Palace. Master's life should not be in danger yet. The devil religion has not obtained the 3,000 Thunder Soul seed, so they will not do anything to Master for the time being," Du Xiaofu said. This was his guess. Your 5th teacher uncle has fallen into the hands of the devil religion. We also received some scattered news. Your first teacher uncle should have also fallen into the hands of the devil religion. Old Seven should have escaped that day, but he has not shown up yet," Yu Xianzi said, frowning. In the past few years, the Seven-Star Hall had never given up on secretly searching for information. However, the results were very small. In addition, the Seven-Star Hall could only hide in the dark, so it was even more difficult to find out more information. When the matter of the Great Will Sect is over, I will do my best to inquire about the news of Master and Teacher Uncle. The blood debt owed by the Divine Light Court should also be repaid," Du Xiaofu said. As for the devil religion, Du Xiaofu learned everything from the soul of the Yin Thunder Elder. With his current strength, even if he had the help of the Golden Winged Rock clan, he would not be able to do anything to the devil religion. Yu Xianzi raised her eyebrows slightly, looked at the night sky, and then said to Du Xiaofu, "Your master has taken in a good disciple. I think I'm also very good. When master returns, he will definitely be proud of me." Du Xiaofu nodded seriously. "You're just a little glib-tongued." Yu Xianzi smiled helplessly. She could not help but roll her eyes slightly, and then left. "Master, disciple will definitely save you as soon as possible." Looking at the disappearing figure of Yu Xianzi, the smile on Du Xiaofu's face slowly dissipated. Looking at the night sky, he clenched his fists under the long sleeves of his purple robe. There was a golden light flickering in his eyes, and his voice echoed softly on the mountain peak. The bright moon moved to the west, but no one in the Middle Continent fell asleep tonight. The entire Middle Continent was nervously watching. Night on the Great Wheel Sect. The pavilion on the balcony had an ancient aura. A woman stood there. Her face was beautiful and her temperament was elegant. If Du Xiaofu was here at this moment, he would certainly recognize that this woman was Qing Xingnan, who was taken away by a mysterious expert outside the imperial palace of the Stone Dragon Empire back then. However, at this moment, Qing Xingnan was wearing a long dress. It was no longer the attire that was originally meant to attract attention. However, it still couldn't cover up her long and slender legs and slim waist. Her elegant temperament revealed a kind of purity and nobility. It was also very holy. Elder sister, Du Xiaofu will definitely die when he comes to the Great Wheel Sect tomorrow. At that time, the Stone Dragon Empire will be completely avenged. Cheng Chao stood in front of Qing Xingnan and sneered. However, they were connected by blood, so he was happy that his elder sister was still alive. "I'm here to take you away. Your second sister and the rest of the clan members have already found the place of the Yin clan. You should go too," Qing Xingnan said. "Go to the place of the Yin clan?" Cheng Chao was stunned and he was very surprised. He then said, "Why do we still need the Yin clan? Du Xiaofu will definitely die tomorrow. I'm already the sect leader of the Great Will Sect and I can lead the Qing family to rise. Give up your position as the sect leader of the Great Wheel Sect and leave with me. This is a whirlpool and you've already fallen into it. If you don't get out now, you won't be able to extricate yourself. By then, everything will be too late." Qing Xingnan looked at Qing Chao and her bright eyes rippled. She sighed slightly. "I'm the sect leader of the Great Wheel Sect. Who in the Middle Continent dares to touch me? Elder sister, you're overthinking." Cheng Chao's expression changed, and he became gloomy. How could he be willing to give up his position as the sect leader of the Great Will Sect and live in seclusion? It was impossible. You've already fallen into the whirlpool. With your character and talent, it's not normal for you to become the sect leader of the Great Will Sect. Listen to me and leave with me," Qing Xingnan said with a helpless expression. Perhaps she knew her third brother too well. Cheng Chao's expression became gloomier and gloomier when he heard this. He looked at his elder sister and said, "Since we were young, you've always been above me and my second sister. Even father has always regarded you as the future of the empire and the leader of the Qing family. I've always been under your halo. Now that I've become the sect leader of the Great Will Sect with great difficulty and my name has shaken the Middle Continent, you've come to ask me to leave. Elder sister, can't you accept that I'm stronger than you?" Third brother. Qing Xingnan was stunned for a moment when she heard this. She looked at her third brother and wanted to say something. However, in the end, she didn't say anything and said, "Father is no longer here. The Stone Dragon Empire is no longer here. There aren't many people left in the Qing family. In the future, everything depends on you. Therefore, you have to leave and live with your people. I can already lead my people to rise. Even Du Xiaofu will die tomorrow. I won't leave the Great Will sect." Qing Chao looked at Qing Xingnan and said, "Elder sister, the Divine Light Court isn't that great anymore. You should marry brother-in-law as soon as possible. Brother-in-law will become the supreme Kyushu sooner or later. When that time comes, we'll follow brother-in-law and bring the Qing family to unprecedented heights. This is what we should do." Qing Chao turned and left as soon as he finished speaking. Qing Xingnan looked at Qing Chao's back as he left. After a long time, she looked helpless. The next day, when the darkness before dawn passed, the horizon in the east began to brighten. Boom! On the surrounding mountain peaks, eyes opened one after another. As they shone brightly, waves of aura fluctuated, causing the space to tremble. On the mountain peak, Du Xiaofu, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes. Golden light accompanied by electric arcs shot into the sky and shook the void. A moment later, countless figures filled the mountain range. Chapter 1476. It was a long journey this time. The Ancient Heaven Sect, the Profound Talisman Sect, the Desolate Country, and the World Society had gathered their armies. Although not all of their armies had come, the elites of their armies had turned out in full force. The elites amongst the elites in the army had all experienced life and death situations. They emitted a kind of sharp bloody aura. When they gathered together, it caused the air to be filled with a rich bloody aura. "Disciples of the Wasteland Nations World Society, are you ready?" On the mountain peak, Du Xiaofu's figure appeared. He looked down at the army below. His eyes shone with golden light like the rising sun, illuminating the mountains. "On the 8th day of the 8th month, the Great Lun sect will pay with blood!" The disciples of the Wasteland Nations World Society shouted in unison. Their voices shook the clouds, and their auras surged up to the sky. "It's time, let's go!" Du Xiaofu's golden eyes also surged with a blazing color as he flicked his sleeves. His shout was like thunder, echoing through the mountains. "Disciples of the Ancient Heaven Sect, move out! Profound Talisman Sect disciples, move out!" At the same time, a voice accompanied by profound energy from a nearby mountain peak resounded through the clouds and reverberated within the mountain range. Early in the morning glow soared into the sky. Early in the morning, the inside and outside of the Great Lun sect were filled with a joyous atmosphere. Today was the day that the Great Wheel sect, the Heavenly Snake sect, and the Spirit Sky Valley formed the Heaven Alliance in the Central Province. In addition, the reincarnated saint of the Great Lun sect had achieved the Nirvana realm. To the disciples of the Great Lun sect, they were wild with joy and pride. The establishment of the Heaven Alliance in Middle State was an extremely important event for the entire Great Wheel sect. Spirit Sky Valley and Sky Serpent sects representatives had gathered at the Great Lun sect, Boundless sect, Intelligent Sword sect, Profound Underworld sect, and Xiandu Gates representatives. There were even many representatives from the great powers above Kyushu who had already gone up to the Great Lun sect to watch the ceremony. It could be said that today was the busiest day of the Great Lun sect. Experts had gathered and the four powers had come to prove the power of the Great Lun sect. Of course, the experts in the four directions were also clear that the forces from the 9 states who had come to watch the ceremony today had come for the Sky Alliance of the Central State. However, on the other hand, they were more likely to come for the reincarnation of the Holy Sun, the East leaving Red Phoenix. The nirvana of a sovereign was 1 in a million in Kyushu. All the disciples of the Great Wheel sect were proud of this. As for the recent rumors of the return of the demon king Du Xiaofu, and his intention to enter the Great Lun sect on the 8th of August, none of the Great Lun sect's disciples seemed to care about it. The Great Lun sect had already formed the Central State Heaven Alliance with the Spirit Heaven Valley and the Sky Snake sect. They would advance and retreat together, unlike the evil purifying alliance in the past that only cleansed the evil spirits. Even if the Desolate Countries World Assembly, the Ancient Heaven sect and the Profound Talisman sect came together, they would not be a threat to the Great Lun sect. Moreover, this was the Great Lun sect's territory. Who would dare to barge in? Did you see that? Those are the experts of the immeasurable sect. That youth is Jiao Ling. The old monk beside him is the Great Mountain sect's master. It is said that he is Jiao Ling's master. It's not just the immeasurable sect. The sect master of the profound underworld sect, Murong Sifeng, is here too. The sect master of the Huijian sect, Wan Hongxi, is here too. When he was young, he defeated his peers in the central province with his iron sword. The fairy of the Xiandu Gate, Jiang Ruolin, is here too. There are many experts of the Xiandu Gate following her. However, I don't see the sect master, Jiang Danqing. Don't mention these 4 sections. Not long ago, they were defeated by the demon king Du Xiaofu. I guess they are not in a good mood now. I don't want to offend them. Do you guys think that the demon king Du Xiaofu really dares to come to the Great Lun sect today? The atmosphere in the Great Lun sect was jubilant and lively. There were also many discussions going on quietly. It is said that the experts of the Heaven Knife sect of the Han province are also here to watch the ceremony. It's not just the experts of the Han province who are here. Do you see in front? That is the expert of the ancient Fist sect of the Lan province. It is said that he is called the Yang Fist Region Master. The ancient Fist sect is not the only one from the Han province. There are also experts from the Sacred Flame sect. That is Lian Wushang of the Sacred Flame sect. I have seen him once in the Tianhuang mainland. He was one of the 12 divine heroes back then. He is as famous as the saint of the Great Lun sect, Dongli Qiwang. However, now that the saint Dongli Qiwang has achieved nirvana, I am afraid that Lian Wushang will not be able to catch up with him. The Ice Sky sect of the Yu province is also here. It is said that there are experts of the domain realm among them. The Ice Sky sect is extremely powerful in the Yu province. Behind the Ice Sky sect are the experts of the Heaven Evil Hall of the Ning province. So many forces are here to watch the ceremony. It is enough to show that the nirvana of Dongli Qiwang has achieved nirvana. This is not just a joyous occasion for the Great Lun sect, but a grand occasion for the entire Middle province. There was a lot of discussion and excitement everywhere. The Great Lun sect could be said to be a gathering of Kyushu forces. It was a glorious and lively occasion. As time passed, the Great Lun sect became more and more lively. In the Great Lun sect, there were dozens of people sitting in a large hall. Each of them had a strong aura. Sitting at the head of the hall was Dongli Qiwang, who was being discussed by countless people in the Middle Province and Kyushu. I've received news that Du Xiaofu is really here. The Profound Talisman sect and the Ancient Heaven sect are together. I'm afraid that they will join the Great Lun sect today. In the hall, a gloomy old man who was over 50 years old spoke. He was the sect master of the Sky Snake sect, Shilongduan. His son, Shilongang, had died in the central province's Long River. Naturally, he wanted to settle the score with the demon king Du Xiaofu. Let them come. The Great Lun sect's mountain gate is open today. We'll wait for them to come. Dongli Qiwang spoke with a cold smile in his eyes. He did not care. In the hall, an old man also had a gloomy expression. He did not speak, but his eyes were filled with doubt. The old man was the overlord of the Sky Spirit Valley. Not long ago, a consecrator of the Sky Spirit Valley went to intercept the demon king Du Xiaofu. At that time, he wanted to take the item left behind by Du Xiaofu from the Sky Martial Academy. The overlord of the Sky Spirit Valley calculated the time. That consecrator should have returned to the Sky Spirit Valley long ago. However, there was no news from the valley until now. Moreover, the people from the Desolate Countries World Assembly had really come to the Great Lun sect. This made the overlord of the Sky Spirit Valley worried. However, the overlord of the Sky Spirit Valley did not think too much about it. Perhaps the demon king Du Xiaofu had been captured by the consecrator. No matter how strong the demon king Du Xiaofu was, it was impossible for him to escape from the consecrator. At the very least, even if the rumors were true, that demon king Du Xiaofu had 2 powerful and mysterious experts by his side, causing the consecrator to fail. Given the consecrator's cultivation and strength, it would be enough for him to escape. As long as that kid dares to come here today, we will not let him go, the overlord of the Sky Spirit Valley said. His face was gloomy, and his eyes emitted a cold light. Dongli Chihuang smiled faintly. He was wearing a scarlet robe, with golden hair and an imposing appearance. His eyes were shining with 7 colors. Hearing the bustling noise outside the hall, he smiled faintly and said, "Today, in front of the entire Kyushu, I will kill him. I will not give him any chance. However, I heard that the kid defeated Jian Hong with a single sword strike. I'm afraid his cultivation has improved a lot in these years. That kid has always been brutal." In the Sky Snake sect, Shilong Duan said intentionally or unintentionally. He was trying to instigate and test Dongli Chihuang. Dongli Chihuang's eyes flickered with a cold light. He knew what Shilong Duan meant, but he did not take it to heart. He smiled faintly and said, "He is just a stepping stone for those below the Nirvana realm. After today, he will disappear." Shilong Duan sneered and continued, "That brat made our sect lose face and gathered a lot of extraordinary people around him. This time, we really can't give him any more chances. Otherwise, when that brat grows up, he will be an endless source of trouble for our sects. He will not have another chance." Dongli Chihuang said affirmatively. He then smiled faintly and said to the crowd, "It's still early. You can go out and meet your friends. Wait for the Ancient Heaven sect and the Mysterious Charms sect to come here. All right, some old friends have come. I haven't seen them for a long time." The crowd stood up and left the hall. Today, almost all the major forces in the central continent had gathered at the Great Wheel sect. There were also experts from the other 8 continents. Many of them were familiar with each other. Looking at the departing figures of the crowd, Dongli Chihuang smiled faintly and disappeared from the hall. Chapter 1477. Xingnan, today is the day that the Heaven Alliance of the Central Plains is established. Come with me to the ceremony, Dongli Chihuang said to Qing Xingnan a while later in a side hall of the Great Lun sect. Today is the day that the Heaven Alliance of the Central Plains is established. You are the main character, so there's no need to pay attention to me, said Qing Xingnan. We'll be a family sooner or later. You're my Dongli Red Phoenix's fiancé. In my glory you should also exist. Dongli Chihuang looked at the woman before him. His eyes rippled as he said, I've received news that Du Xiaofu should be attending the Great Lun sect today. That bastard destroyed your empire, slaughtered your clansmen, and killed the old emperor of the Stone Dragon Empire. Your father crippled his own cultivation, but he still killed him. I will settle this debt for you. He will pay the price. Qing Xingnan's eyes finally rippled when she heard that. Memories of the past surfaced in her mind. I have nothing to say about killing my grandfather, but my father crippled his own cultivation according to your request. Why do you still want him to kill him in secret? Are you really that kind of person? Qing Xingnan murmured. She had already heard about what happened after she fainted. Let's get married once you've taken your revenge. When I rise up in the future, I will bring you by my side and help you reach the next level, Dongli Chihuang said to Qing Xingnan. You've treated me with such deep affection. You've also taken care of my third brother, Cheng Chao. I'm grateful. Qing Xingnan looked at Dongli Chihuang and bowed slightly. She said, I have a favor to ask of you. If you're so polite, it'll make us seem distant. Just say it. As long as it's something I can do, I'll definitely agree. Dongli Chihuang nodded. I naturally know how strong and capable Cheng Chao is. He doesn't have the strength and ability to become the leader of the Great Lun sect. Let him come with me this time, Qing Xingnan said, hoping to leave with Cheng Chao. Xingnan, you mean? Dongli Chihuang seemed to have sensed something. Her soul eyes stared at Dongli Chihuang. Maybe it's because I've been through so much that my heart is no longer affected. I'll deal with the Qing family and the Stone Dragon Empire personally one day. Xingnan really can't repay your kindness. I've let you down, Xingnan's Lun looked. Qing Xingnan Stu, of Qing Xin to the Great Lun sect. The Lun to S. I can hold you back. You're the reincarnated Holy Son of the Great Lun sect. I'm sure you'll find a better partner than me. The Eastern Flame Scarlet Phoenix was stunned, as if she couldn't believe it. She stared at Qing Xingnan, and after a moment, her eyes darkened. She said, You mean, you want to break off the engagement with me? You're the Holy Son of the Great Lun sect. You can announce to the public that you want to break the engagement with me. Qing Xingnan bowed and apologized. Ha ha. Dongli Qi Huang suddenly burst into laughter. His laughter was filled with anger. After a while, he stared at Qing Xingnan with a gloomy expression. Do you know who I am? I'm the reincarnated Holy Son of the Great Lun sect, a supreme nirvana saint. Countless women in this world want to throw themselves into my arms, but I don't care about them. You're the only one in my heart, but you want to break the engagement, ha 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 ha. I'm sorry for not being able to repay your kindness. However, I've already cut off all ties with the mortal world. The matters of the outside world are no longer a hindrance to my cultivation. Qing Xingnan spoke with an apologetic look in her eyes. I know, haha, I know. You made this decision because Du Xiaofu wanted to come. Don't forget that he destroyed your Stone Dragon Empire, killed the old emperor, and slaughtered the Qing family's disciples. Do you still remember this? Dongli Qihuang's voice became louder and louder. His expression became uglier and uglier. He was Dongli Qihuang, the reincarnated Holy Son of the Great Lun sect, a supreme nirvana saint. There were very few beautiful women in this world who wanted to throw themselves into his arms, but the woman in front of him wanted to break off the engagement. He couldn't accept this kind of rejection. It was as if he had experienced a huge blow to his status. He felt a sense of defeat and his expression became even more gloomy. It has nothing to do with him. I'm only focused on cultivation. Qing Xingnan spoke in a carefree manner. She had already abandoned everything in these years of cultivation. I don't care if it has anything to do with him. I will not agree to break off the engagement. Today, if Du Xiaofu dares to come to the Great Lun sect, he will die. I will trample him under my feet in front of you. I will let you, the entire Central Continent, and the entire Kyushu know that he's just a clown. Although he's lucky and has obtained a lot of opportunities, he's still a fish that can't cross the Dragon Gate. He's only fit to be my stepping stone. Dongli Qihuang's expression became gloomier and gloomier. His eyes were filled with ruthlessness. He shook his scarlet robe and left with a cold smile. Time slowly passed, and the sun was high up in the sky. The entire Great Lun sect had reached its most lively time. Countless voices were boiling. The people of the various major forces exchanged greetings and occasionally lowered their heads to whisper, Welcome to the Great Lun sect. Qing Chao was dressed in a splendid robe as he walked among the crowd. As the sect leader of the Great Lun sect, he welcomed the experts of the various major forces. Many of the sect leaders also greeted him politely. I am the sect leader of the Great Lun sect. Qing Chao murmured in his heart. He knew that if he was still the second prince of the Stone Dragon Empire, even if he became the emperor in the end, no one would pay attention to him. Even the Great Lun sect would not be able to enter the Great Lun sect. At this moment, Qing Chao felt extremely good. He was the sect leader of the Great Lun sect and his name was known throughout the Central Continent. He was one of the top existences in the Central Continent. However, when Qing Chao went to greet Ming Rong Sifeng of the Profound Xian sect, Wan Hongxi of the Huijian sect and the others, he was not welcomed. He only received a few polite nods from a few ordinary elders. Humph. One day, you guys will also submit to me. Qing Chao was unhappy. Ming Rong Sifeng, Wan Hongxi and the others obviously did not put the Great Lun sect in their eyes. This made him unhappy. The experts of the Sky Serpent sect and the Spirit Sky Valley were also in the Great Lun sect. They met with their old friends and chatted with them. However, it was not certain if they were truly old friends. It was finally time for the sun to rise high in the sky. The entire Great Wheel sect, especially the hubbub in the vast square, had reached a new peak. The Holy Sun has arrived. Finally, a loud shout resounded and reverberated in all directions. Even in the bustling Great Lun sect, it was enough for everyone to hear it clearly. Immediately, the noisy discussions in the surroundings calmed down. Many pairs of eyes looked to the front. After which, they saw many extraordinary younger generation members of the Great Will sect in the air, clustered around the Eastern mythical Scarlet Phoenix. He's the Nirvana Sovereign, Dongli Chiwang? Chapter 1478. With the appearance of the Eastern mythical Scarlet Phoenix, he immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. He had become the main character of today's grand occasion of the establishment of the Heavenly Alliance in the Central Province. The disciples of the Great Will sect also stood proudly behind him. Everyone was sizing up Dongli Chiwang. Many of them were secretly spying on him, but they were not too obvious. At least 90% of the people present today were here for Dongli Chiwang. They all wanted to find out more about the nirvana of a sovereign. There were also many leaders of small and medium-sized forces. When they saw Dongli Chiwang, they immediately went up to congratulate him enthusiastically. Compared to them, the sect master of the Sky Snake sect, Shilongguan, and the valley master of the Spirit Sky Valley, Unlingya, paled in comparison. For some reason, Dongli Chiwang did not look too good. Along the way, he did not speak much and only nodded at the experts of the various forces. Unlingya and Shilongguan were surprised. They felt that something was wrong with Dongli Chiwang, but they could not ask about it under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Moreover, today was the day of the Heavenly Alliance. They knew that the main purpose of gathering the Great Lun sect today was to wait for Du Xiaofu's arrival. Thank you for coming to the Great Lun sect. Today is the day of the establishment of the Heavenly Alliance in the Middle Region. I represent the Great Lun sect to express our gratitude to all of you. When Qingchao arrived at the stage that the Great Lun sect had prepared earlier, he smiled and said to the experts around him. However, when they looked at Qingchao, there was only a soft applause from the surroundings. The various large factions did not seem to respect Qingchao. Even many experts from the Great Will sect secretly despised and disdained him. However, they did not make it too obvious. However, at this moment, Qingchao didn't pay attention to his surroundings. He stood on the high platform and was surrounded by Kyushu's experts. He was extremely excited as he smiled and said loudly, "Today is the day of the establishment of the Central Region's Heaven Alliance. The Great Lun sect, the Sky Snake sect, and the Spirit Sky Valley have established the Central Region's Heaven Alliance. In the future, with my Great Lun sect as the leader, the Central Region's Heaven Alliance will definitely lead and protect the Central Region. We will do our best for the entire Kyushu." Upon hearing Chang Chao's words, Shilongguan and Enlingya of the Sky Snake sect and the Spirit Heaven Valley revealed a smile amidst the congratulatory shouts from all directions. However, a sinister glint flashed across their eyes without leaving a trace. Qingchao was led by the Great Lun sect and did not seem to care about the Sky Snake sect and the Spirit Heaven Valley. This naturally made them feel uncomfortable. Does the Heaven Alliance of the Central Province want to take over the entire Kyushu? Among the surrounding experts, there were also people who were secretly discussing. Qing Xingnan was surrounded by many female disciples of the Great Will sect. However, at this moment, Qing Xingnan frowned as she looked at Qingchao, who was standing on the high platform. The Heaven Alliance of the Central Province is officially established today. From now on, we will advance and retreat together. The Saint of the Great Will sect, Dongli Chiwang, will be the Alliance Master. Valley Master and Lingya of the Spirit Heaven Valley and Sect Master Shilongguan of the Sky Snake sect will be the Vice Alliance Masters. The auspicious time has arrived. The Heaven Alliance of the Central Province is now established. However, as soon as Qingchao finished speaking, the entire Great Will sect erupted into loud cheers. The disciples of the Great Will sect and the disciples of the Spirit Heaven Valley and the Sky Snake sect cheered with excitement. Many congratulatory shouts resounded through the clouds. Dongli Chiwang, Shilongguan, and Enlingya walked up the high platform. Dongli Chiwang, who had been secretly gloomy, squeezed out a smile on his face at this moment. Facing the congratulatory shouts and cheers from all directions, a smile also appeared on his face. When Dongli Chihuang, Shilongguan, and Enlingya walked up the high platform, the cheers of the entire Great Will sect reached its peak. The cheers were like waves that swept out in all directions and reverberated in the sky. On the 8th day of the 8th month, the Great Will sect will pay with blood. Suddenly, just when the cheers of the entire Great Will sect reached its peak, a young man's shout was heard. This young man's cry was just like a dragon's roar and a thunderous explosion. It was sonorous, and a terrifying sound wave shook the surrounding area. Accompanied by an invisible might, it instantly caused the expressions of everyone in the square to change. "It's Du Xiaofu!" Among the countless spectators around the square, there were people who were discussing and immediately looked up into the sky. On the high platform, Dongli Chihuang suddenly raised his head. His eyes slowly looked up. His spirit's gorgeous eyes flashed with coldness, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Swoosh, swoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, countless people in the surroundings looked towards the source of the sound. Suddenly, a sharp sound of breaking wind resounded in the sky. Immediately after, figures streaked across the sky and came from the mountains. Finally, they stopped in the sky above the square of the Great Wheel sect. This sudden turn of events caused countless gazes in the surroundings to be stunned. Soon after, numerous figures appeared in the air. There weren't many of them, and there were only about 300 of them. However, the aura of these figures fluctuated and froze the sky, causing the countless people in the square to be shocked. These figures were able to freeze the sky, and their strength was at least at the martial honorable realm, and 8-star spiritual symbol masters. Their cultivation was at least at the martial honorable realm, and the majestic aura fluctuated. Many cultivators were not as simple as ordinary martial honorable realm cultivators. At the front was a young man in a purple robe. He looked to be about 25 or 26 years old, and he wore a purple robe. His face was resolute as he floated in midair. "That is the Demon King Du Xiaofu. He is really here." Sima Taxing of the Ancient Sky sect and Nanli Hun of the Mysterious Charm sect are here. 8th of August. They have really come to the Great Wheel sect. I am afraid that today will not be a peaceful day. Looking at the figures that had suddenly appeared, many top powers who had come to watch the ceremony were shocked, and they sucked in a breath of cold air. Hundreds of martial honorable realm and 8-star spiritual symbol masters had come. Such a lineup was enough to prove that the Ancient Sky sect and the Mysterious Charm sect were not holding back. In the entire Kyushu, no mountain sect would be able to bring out hundreds of martial honorable realm and 8-star spiritual symbol masters. Judging from the aura, they were not ordinary martial honorable realm and 8-star spiritual symbol masters. "Is that young man in a purple robe the Demon King Du Xiaofu? I have heard of him. He was once the leader of the 12 godly heroes in the Tianhuang mainland. It's that Demon King, the leader of the top 10 geniuses of the Central Continent. He has been suppressing the Eastern Mythical Crimson Phoenix, making the Eastern Mythical Crimson Phoenix unhappy. So, the Eastern Mythical Crimson Phoenix attacked the empire built by the Demon King. On the 8th day of the 8th month, the Demon King is here to settle the score. Going straight to the mountain gate of the Great Wheel sect. The Demon King Du Xiaofu is really bold. I built it with my own eyes. The Demon King even dared to stew and eat the dragon's dragon 9. He is extremely ferocious. He is definitely bold. It is said that some time ago, the Demon King went straight to the immeasurable sect, Xiandu Gate, Huijian sect and Xianming sect. He severely injured and crippled many martial domain realm experts. He is really ferocious. It seems that the Demon King Du Xiaofu has come prepared. The Great Wheel sect is in trouble. The Great Wheel sect opened their mountain gate and allowed the Demon King to go straight to the mountain gate without any obstructions. They are probably fully prepared. There was a lot of discussion in the surroundings. All the major forces had come to the Great Wheel sect, including the forces on Kyushu. There were many people there because of the news that the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, was going to the Great Wheel sect to settle the score. Du Xiaofu heard the discussions in the surroundings, and his gaze imperceptibly swept through the crowd and the surroundings. He sensed the aura of many regions, and he even noticed that there were many familiar figures in the spectator seats in the surroundings. The Fire Saber Reverend of the Heaven Saber sect of Hanzhou, the Astral Fist Reverend of the Ancient Fist sect of Hanzhou, the brown-haired Martial Domain Realm Elder who had fled with the Astral Fist Reverend and the others in front of the Desolation Leopard on Tianhuang mainland, Lian Wushang of the Sacred Flame sect, and so on. These figures flashed past Du Xiaofu's eyes. There were many other figures that Du Xiaofu had an impression of in the Tianhuang mainland. They came from various continents, but he didn't expect them to all come to the Great Wheel sect today. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu's gaze fell on a woman in a long dress, and his gaze froze. The woman was surrounded by many disciples of the Great Wheel sect. Her tall figure, beautiful face, and noble aura were all around her. She was the first princess of the Stone Dragon Empire, Qing Xingnan. She is still alive! Du Xiaofu's expression didn't change much as he smiled inwardly. Everything was already over. When he was young, some things were like the wind. He couldn't see them, but he could feel them. However, they had already dissipated. Qing Xingnan also saw Du Xiaofu. She stared at his familiar silhouette. Right now, there were already several extremely beautiful maidens beside him. Ouyang Shuang, Yi Zijin, Zhu Shui and the others, she had met them before. But now, they were still by his side and had never left him. However, she was already different. She thought back to the time when she had gently rolled up his sleeves and swept up the faint shadows of the moon and stars in the Savage Beast mountain range. In the depths of the clouds, in her hazy heart, she had once sketched out the shadows of butterflies in love with flowers. However, all of this was already a long dream. Everything is already over, Qing Xingnan said softly with a calm expression. On the high platform, Dongli Qiwang looked at the purple-robed young man in midair. How could he forget that figure? A cold voice suddenly came from his mouth and resounded throughout the square. I didn't expect that the person who fled like a stray dog in the hands of the devil religion and the divine light court would dare to come to my Great Wheel sect today. It really surprised me. His voice was cold and resounded throughout the square. Looking at Du Xiaofu, Dongli Qihuang's face was gloomy. How could his face be good at this moment? He was the reincarnated saint of the Great Wheel sect. In his previous life, he was the top expert of the Great Wheel sect. In this life, he was also peerless. However, back then, he had been suppressed by a young man who had walked out from the border area. Even the woman he had taken a fancy to had an unclear relationship with him. This time, Qing Xingnan had broken off the engagement when he was at the peak of nirvana. Ever since he was young, there was nothing that he could not obtain. No woman that he had taken a fancy to would reject him. He had placed all his heart on Qing Xingnan. He did not expect that he would be so heartless. Could it be that he was inferior to that kid? This made it difficult for him to suppress the anger in his heart. He naturally blamed Du Xiaofu for this. Du Xiaofu looked at Dongli Qiwang. His eyes suddenly became cold as he said, You dared to touch my desolate country and killed my disciple. Dongli Qiwang, today your blood will dye the Great Wheel sect red. Chapter 1479. Du Xiaofu. On the high platform, Cheng Chao looked at the familiar figure with some instinctive fear. But then, he leaned on Dongli Qihuang's side and raised his head to look at him coldly. He gritted his teeth and whispered in his heart, You really dare to come to my Greatland sect? You'll be dead soon. He really came. On the viewing platform, many experts from the Infinite Sect, Xiandu Gate, Huijian sect and Xianming sect looked at the purple-robed youth they had seen not long ago. Their eyes were indescribably complicated at this moment. Many elders secretly glared at the purple-robed youth's seemingly harmless and resolute face and secretly gnashed their teeth. A clown is just a clown after all. Dongli Qiwang sneered and looked away from Du Xiaofu. He looked at Sima Taxing, Namli Hun and other experts from the Ancient Heaven sect and the Xian Talisman sect standing beside Du Xiaofu and said with a cold expression, Ancient Heaven Sect and Xian Talisman Sect, are you sure you want to stand with the small world meeting? It's not too late to regret it now. Don't think that others don't know what the Great Lun Sect is doing and its ambitions behind the scenes. Do you really think you can hide it from everyone? If you don't want others to know, don't do it in the first place, Sima Taxing said. Since they were already on the Great Lun Sect, they naturally had no scruples. His words were full of attitude and a little sarcasm. Today, the Great Lun Sect was destined to be unfriendly. Ha, since you've made up your mind, I won't waste my breath. Since you're already on the Great Lun Sect, there's no need for you to leave today. The Heavenly Alliance of the Central Province has the responsibility to eliminate those who are on the side of the evil spirit. This is the first thing the Heavenly Alliance of the Central Province will do for the entire Central Province after its establishment today. Dong Li Qihuang sneered loudly and looked at Du Xiaofu. He sneered and said, "Before this, I don't know if you, a stray dog, dare to come up and fight with me?" His voice resounded throughout the place. Dong Li Qihuang's red robe and golden hair fluttered in the wind. His figure was tall and straight, looking extraordinary. A faint holy light permeated the air. He stood on the high platform like a real saint with an indescribable majesty. At this moment, everyone felt the aura from Dong Li Qihuang's body. The snake dragon Break and Lingya, who were standing beside Dong Li Qihuang, lost their colors and became dim. But you still dare to fight with me? And you still dare to run away in a sorry state like a stray dog? I heard of your father, Dong Li Changgu dying. I heard that your father died Changgu died river to the Central Province river. Central Province and you ran and you like a stray dog run. Die. When the surrounding people heard this, they instantly looked at each other. It was rumored that Du Xiaofu was ferocious and terrifying. It seemed that this wasn't the only reason. His words were so vicious, and he didn't take the Eastern mythical Scarlet Phoenix, who had undergone nirvana, seriously at all. Could it be that the Demon King is really not afraid of Dong Li Qihuang? Some experts in the surroundings were secretly surprised. Today, many experts gathered in the Great Lun Sect. Most of them were here for the two main characters. The Demon King had returned and swept through the 4 mountain sections. His strength was unfathomable. Dong Li Qihuang was the reincarnated saint of the Great Lun Sect. He was a Nirvana sovereign. The battle between the two seemed to be unavoidable. As for Devil King Du Xiaofu, he didn't care about the Eastern mythical Scarlet Phoenix who had undergone nirvana at all. He also revealed a kind of domineering and powerful aura, making it difficult for others to see through him. You are provoking me. Next year, today will be the anniversary of your death, Dong Li Qihuang shouted. A Nirvana sovereign. Who dared to treat him like this? Standing on the high platform, his eyes shone brightly. A formless aura filled the air and suppressed the surroundings. Swoosh, swoosh. As Dong Li Qihuang's voice fell, Shilong one of the Sky Snake Sect and Lingya of the Spirit Sky Valley immediately retreated. In the entire square, Dong Li Qihuang was left alone on the high platform. His eyes shone with coldness. You have never been my opponent. How can a loser talk about bravery? Du Xiaofu said indifferently as if he didn't care about Dong Li Qihuang. The coldness in his eyes slowly surged as he said, You offended my desolate country and killed my disciples. I should have killed you back then. Ha ha. Dong Li Qihuang laughed coldly. His smile disappeared, and his face was extremely gloomy. His eyes were cold, and the coldness in his eyes could no longer be suppressed. He said, Things are different now. I am a Nirvana sovereign. Who do you think you are? Today, you will die without a doubt. Boom! As his voice fell, Dong Li Qihuang's aura surged. His golden hair fluttered behind him, and he looked like a real saint. This was the aura of a Nirvana sovereign. His red robe shone brightly, and his aura was terrifying. It affected the energy of heaven and earth, and shook the space vigorously. In an instant, the wind and clouds in the sky surged, and the void in all directions froze. The Easternly Crimson Phoenix had achieved nirvana, and there was no one else in the 9 prefectures. He was prepared to stop talking and directly kill the brat who had ruined his plans time and time again in front of all the major powers in the 9 prefectures. As this aura spread out, the surrounding people and martial domain realm cultivators were also greatly affected. Those who were not strong enough directly had their xianqi frozen, and their primordial spirits trembled. A nirvana sovereign brought with it the pressure of heaven and earth. It was unstoppable. What a strong pressure! Is this the power of a nirvana sovereign? The surrounding experts were shocked. This terrifying pressure was too strong. He is indeed very strong. His peers can't compare to him at all. Sima Taxing, Namlihan, and the others were originally wondering if Du Xiaofu could really resist Dongli Qiwang. The Demon King Du Xiaofu was definitely not easy to deal with. However, at this moment, feeling the terrifying pressure from Dongli Qiwang, they couldn't help but worry about Du Xiaofu. The surrounding experts were shocked. Many experts from Kyushu were secretly trembling. They had come to the Great Will sect to watch the ceremony to see if Dongli Qiwang was a nirvana sovereign. At this moment, they felt that the invisible aura from Dongli Qiwang was already so strong. A nirvana sovereign was too strong, and it shocked everyone. Too weak. With your strength, do you still want to fight with me? You will only be killed by me. Du Xiaofu glanced at Dongli Qiwang and didn't care at all. If you have the ability, come up and die. I will let you know what a nirvana sovereign is and what mediocrity is. The shout was accompanied by a terrifying aura that swept out, causing the surrounding heaven and earth to tremble. Dongli Qihuang's divine soul was as brilliant as a blade. After his fury, he gradually calmed down. To him, the brat in front of him had to die today. He was a nirvana sovereign, and he had his own dignity and pride. There was no need for him to get angry over someone who was about to die. Demon King Du Xiaofu and the Nirvana Sovereign Dongli Qiwang are finally going to fight. The surrounding crowd was looking forward to the battle. They hoped to see the Demon King Du Xiaofu and Dongli Qiwang fight. If the two of them were to fight, it would not only represent the younger generation of the central region, but also the peak of the younger generation of the entire Kyushu. If they were to fight, the outcome would affect the fate of their respective mountain sects for at least 1,000 years. An old man on the viewing platform spoke. He was an old monk from the immeasurable sect. He looked into the distance and thought about the future. Today's situation was special. If Dongli Qiwang could defeat Du Xiaofu, the Great Luan sect would undoubtedly rise. The ancient heaven sect and mysterious underworld sect that followed Du Xiaofu would be greatly affected. The desolate country would probably be submerged in the world summit. However, if Dongli Qiwang were to be defeated today, the outcome would be completely different. It could be said that the battle between the two of them no longer represented individuals. It represented the mountain sects behind them and all the forces that followed them. On the Great Lin sect, everyone was silent. They were looking forward to the final battle between the two peak youths in Kyushu. One of them was the leader of the 12 divine heroes, Du Xiaofu, who was known as the Demon King. After returning to the central region, he was able to cripple those who had just reached the martial domain realm with a raise of his hand. He defeated the invincible domain Lord Jianhong with a single sword strike. The other was the reincarnated holy son of the Great Lun sect. The words Nirvana were enough to prove everything. The two of them were indeed the peak existences among their peers in Kyushu. No one would object to this. Swoosh swoosh. Just as the battle was about to break out, the sound of wind breaking suddenly came from the sky outside of the Great Lun sect's mountain gate. It even caused the space in front to distort. Then, in a few flashes, rays of golden light appeared on the square. Along with a domineering pressure, they suddenly descended on the Great Lun sect. Chapter 1480. Under this invisible pressure, the beast souls in the minds of many of the demonic beasts in the crowd immediately trembled. The blood in their bodies boiled, and for some reason, fear appeared in the depths of their eyes. The other Kyushu powerhouses also seemed to feel something, and their gazes suddenly changed. When the auras descended, streaks of golden light appeared in the air. Du Xiaofu abruptly raised his eyes, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. The rays of golden light converged and many figures appeared in the air. There were only about 50 figures, and they were all very young men and women. Their clothes were golden. The young men and women appeared one by one. They were all tall and straight, and all of them had imposing appearances. However, at this moment, the zither demon, Shanghuan Qixian, and the middle-aged man who was his mount behind Du Xiaofu looked at the dozens of young men and women who had arrived. After their faces changed slightly, they could not help but laugh. Among the young men and women that suddenly appeared, there was a woman at the front. Her skin was as white as jade, and there was a layer of rouge on her face. Her eyelashes moved slightly, and her temperament was clearly overbearing. However, at this moment, there was a hint of beauty on her valiant face. Beside this woman was a young man in a light yellow robe with gold embroidered on it. Even though he was quietly standing in the air, he was like a flawless piece of jade. His appearance was extraordinary, and his charm was unique. He was like a supreme being that had descended to the world. The sudden appearance of these young men and women had unknown origins, but the terrifying auras that spread out immediately attracted everyone's attention. Any one of the 50 young men and women was extremely dazzling. Any one of them would be the most dazzling existence among the Kyushu's peers. Now, a group of such terrifying fellows had gathered together. This was especially true for the young man at the front. His faint golden eyes were like golden suns, causing those who looked at them to feel as if their spirits were about to be sucked into them. They felt an inexplicable sense of fear, causing their bodies to tremble and almost collapse to the ground. That young man is too extraordinary. Who came to the Great Will sect? On the viewing platform, an old man from one of the major factions looked at the handsome young man and trembled inwardly. They sent their primordial spirits out, trying to find out the origin of the young man. However, as soon as they probed with their yuan spirits, they felt their hearts tremble and their yuan spirits tremble. They did not dare to approach the young man at all. What a terrifying young man! He seems to have the body of a demonic beast. Suddenly, the surrounding experts trembled. There was a pressure of heaven and earth on the young man's body that prevented them from prying. These experts trembled inwardly. They no longer dared to use their origin spirits to spy on the mysterious young man. They didn't even dare to look directly into the young man's faint golden eyes. The handsome young man walked out from the crowd. He didn't look at anyone but walked directly to the square. He looked at Dongli Chi-Wang and said indifferently, "You must be Dongli Chi-Wang. Were you the one who was shouting just now?" His voice was calm, but as his voice spread out, an invisible aura suffocated the surrounding people. It was as if, at this moment, with the arrival of this handsome young man, the entire world had become different from before. It was as if a supreme ferocious bird had descended, suppressing the entire world for no reason. On the square, Dongli Chi-Wang also felt that the handsome young man's aura was extraordinary. He shifted his gaze away from Du Xiaofu. His scarlet robe and golden hair fluttered in the wind. His body shone brightly, and an absolutely powerful aura surged. It was as if a supreme had been born. He looked at the young man and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you? You don't have the right to know who I am." The handsome young man was calm without any fluctuations. He looked at Dongli Chi-Wang with a condescending gaze. His voice was not loud, but it carried a domineering and forceful aura that merged with heaven and earth. He said, "I heard that you were very arrogant when you underwent nirvana. I advise you to keep a low profile. There are many beings of the same generation in this world who can easily kill you." Hearing this, Dongli Chi-Huang's face could not help but turn gloomy. Yesterday, Cheng Xingnan wanted to break off the engagement. Today, Du Xiaofu did not put him in the dark at all. At this moment, this mysterious young man did not put him in his eyes. That condescending gaze made Dongli Chi-Huang extremely unhappy. For Dongli Chi-Huang, everything that happened today was really a little sullen. Originally, Dongli Chi-Huang had purposely arranged everything today because he wanted to achieve nirvana in the Great Wheel sect today. He wanted to blossom Kyushu and make his name known throughout the Kyushu. But until now, no one had put him in their eyes. Sullen, Dong Li Chi-Wang felt extremely sullen. There was a nameless anger and fury that was suppressed in his body, unable to erupt and be released. No matter who you are, I will kill you today! Dong Li Chi-Wang was sullen and angry. He had decided to kill this person first, then deal with Du Xiaofu later to intimidate Kyushu. He wanted to kill this extraordinary young man in front of him first, so that Du Xiaofu would know the difference between him and Du Xiaofu. He wanted to step on Du Xiaofu in fear. Only then would he be able to appease the hatred in his heart. He also wanted to let Qing Xingnan know how unwise it was to break off the engagement with him. Kill! The disciples of the Great Wheel sect cheered. The bachelor Dong Li Chi-Wang was finally going to make his move. Their eyes were filled with excitement. The bachelor is invincible! Many of the people gathered under the Great Wheel sect cheered. They had once gone to the Chang River in the Middle Region together to start a massacre. They were the experts of many forces in the Middle Region. As they were afraid of the desolate country and the world society's revenge, they chose to follow the Great Wheel sect in the end. Among these people, there were many honorable realm experts who were not weak. There were even a few elders of the initial domain realm present. They were all old ancestor-level experts hidden in the various forces. They had placed their hopes and future on the Eastern mythical Red Phoenix. Come down and accept your death! The Eastern mythical Crimson Phoenix stepped out amidst the cheers of the crowd. She stretched out her hand and pointed at the handsome young man in midair. The holy light around her body fluctuated. She was extraordinary and had a majestic aura. The light illuminated the square. In midair, the handsome young man was still as calm as ever. A faint golden brilliance flickered in his eyes. He raised his long eyebrows and exuded a domineering aura. The handsome young man's invisible aura fluctuated from his body. The surrounding space was silently distorted, and the pressure quietly dispersed. The young man's voice was still very gentle, and he seemed to be a little disappointed. He shook his head and said to Dong Li Chi-Wang, I suddenly feel that you are too weak. I am a little disappointed. You are not worth my time. When they heard this, the eyes of everyone in the surroundings instantly fell to the ground. Where exactly did that handsome young man come from? It was fine if Du Xiaofu did not put Dong Li Chi-Wang in his eyes, but this mysterious and extraordinary young man was even more domineering and arrogant than Du Xiaofu. He also did not put Dong Li Chi-Wang in his eyes. Isn't Dong Li Chi-Wang a little unlucky? No one puts him in their eyes even though he is a Nirvana sovereign. Someone on the viewing platform softly said. He felt a little helpless on behalf of Dong Li Chi-Wang. Don't be like this. Dong Li Chi-Wang is a Nirvana sovereign. Can't you give him some face and at least show some respect to a Nirvana sovereign? Someone said. He seemed to be fighting for justice for Dong Li Chi-Wang. That demon king Du Xiaofu and the mysterious young man did not put Dong Li Chi-Wang in their eyes. After all, he was a Nirvana sovereign who had reincarnated. Why do I feel that Dong Li Chi-Wang is very sullen today? Some people on the viewing platform couldn't help but secretly laugh. They felt that Dong Li Chi-Wang was a little unlucky to meet these two young men. Did we follow the wrong people? Why do we not put a Nirvana sovereign in our eyes? Some of the forces that followed the Great Luan sect secretly said. They followed the Great Luan sect because Dong Li Chi-Wang was a Nirvana sovereign. In the future, he would be able to sweep across the central region. At that time, they would also be able to rise and obtain great benefits. But now, in their eyes, Dong Li Chi-Wang's Nirvana sovereign was nothing in front of the mysterious young man and demon king Du Xiaofu. Dong Li Chi-Wang had been suffering until now. Around the square of the Great Luan sect, everyone looked at Du Xiaofu, Dong Li Chi-Wang, and the mysterious young man. The surroundings were silent. Everyone was shocked. They didn't know what was going on. Could it be that these two guys had never heard of Nirvana Sovereign? Dong Li Chi-Wang stepped on the square. Although the surrounding discussions were soft, how could they escape his prying eyes? He slightly raised his head and looked at the mysterious young man. His eyes were filled with coldness. Today, no one can save you. You will die without a doubt. Dong Li Chi-Wang opened his mouth. As a rare Nirvana sovereign in Kyushu, he had experienced reincarnation. In his previous life, he was the top expert of the Great Loon sect. His light once shone on Kyushu. In this life, he was a Nirvana sovereign. How peerless was he! At this moment, he was being looked down upon again and again. Therefore, Dongli Chihuang was completely enraged. An ant dares to talk nonsense! There was finally a fluctuation in the calm expression of the handsome young man. Golden light shot out like golden lightning, shaking the clouds. A terrifying pressure was released from his tall and straight body. It did not allow any provocation, causing the beast spirits in the surroundings to tremble. Their gazes were filled with reverence and yearning, and their hearts and souls were prostrating themselves before him. After I kill you, you will know what an ant is! Dongli Chihuang's voice resounded in the sky. He couldn't suppress it any longer. A terrifying fluctuation of holy light soared hundreds of feet high from his body. It was accompanied by surging waves of energy. Rumble! At this moment, the world suddenly changed. Tens of thousands of runes intertwined, stirring up waves of air. Starting from the space around the eastern mythical Scarlet Phoenix, the space became dazzling. Talisman markings interweaved like waves, transforming into a terrifying storm that directly enveloped the handsome young man. This terrifying storm swept out, accompanied by a great pressure. This was a terrifying divine ability. It was as if it had turned into a resplendent void vortex. It could devour everything and kill all living things. Chapter 1481. The reincarnation of heaven and earth of the Great Loon sect contains the secret reincarnation technique of the Great Loon sect. It is Dongli Chihuang's ultimate move from his previous life. As Dongli Chihuang made his move, many people in the surroundings were shocked. An old monk from the Immeasurable sect immediately revealed the origin of Dongli Chihuang's move. Dongli Chihuang did not hold back at all when he made his move. It was obvious that Dongli Chihuang wanted to kill the mysterious young man in one move to establish his dominance. Humph! The handsome young man snorted faintly. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light surged on his body. Ancient runes spread out from his body and spread out in all directions. Boom! Boom! At this moment, the sky started to rumble. Golden light shone brightly and caused the world to resonate. At the same time, bright ancient runes spread out in the sky. It was as if there was a rumbling sound coming from the depths of the sky. It was as if someone was beating a heavenly drum in the depths of the sky. Boom! Boom! A strange rumbling sound was produced. It was as if someone was hammering one's heart and primordial spirit. It made one's soul feel like it was being crushed and made one's heart tremble. Under such a rumbling sound, the souls of the surrounding living beings trembled. They wanted to prostrate themselves on the ground. The rumbling sound seemed to have merged with heaven and earth. It made one's primordial spirit tremble. Whether it was one's physical body or primordial spirit, it was as if they were about to be shattered. The terrifying rumbling sound suppressed heaven and earth. Reincarnation of heaven and earth! Dongli Chihuang shouted. His figure appeared in the dazzling storm. The dazzling storm, which distorted the void, soared into the sky. The vast energy caused the surrounding sky to darken. This was his divine ability. It could envelop a person and destroy their soul. There was no doubt that Dongli Chihuang's Nirvana stage was extremely powerful. He could dominate everyone. At this moment, Dongli Chihuang's ultimate move was accompanied by the pressure of a Nirvana paragon. The moment he made his move, it caused a terrifying phenomenon in the surroundings. The entire square was shaking, as if a paragon had come into being. If it wasn't for the talisman arrays on the square, it would have been razed to the ground and turned into ruins. Divine wings striking the sky! The handsome young man stood in the air without moving a single step. Golden light shot out from his eyes and his aura surged as he struck out with his hand. Shi-La! As the young man's hand landed, it immediately turned into a huge palm print. It was like a huge divine wing, causing the surrounding space to distort. This hand pierced through space. Golden talisman markings covered the heavens and the earth while golden light overlapped and drowned out the sky, and it erupted with a terrifying and overbearing might from the primeval times. Both of their instantaneous attacks were extremely terrifying. The two auras were peerless, causing the hearts of many experts present to tremble in fear. In an instant, the palm of the handsome young man covered the sky like a pair of divine wings. It forcefully shattered the surrounding space. After which, it slammed into the former's frightening spatial storm. Rumble! The collision caused the sky to shatter, and a series of terrifying rumbles erupted. It was as if thousands of people were hammering heavenly drums in the depths of the sky. Thousands of drums sounded at the same time, causing everyone to tremble in fear and their souls to scatter. High up in the sky, golden light shone brightly. The runes were dazzling, accompanied by lightning and thunder. A terrifying scene occurred in the void, revealing countless pitch-black cracks. The golden divine wing palm print shattered the storm and exploded in the void, causing a bright light to erupt. "Retreat! Don't be affected, retreat quickly!" The people who were closer to the square immediately retreated in panic. The terrifying aftershocks were not something they could touch. Even an ordinary martial domain realm cultivator would suck in a breath of cold air as they looked at the energy that swept through the area. Countless figures retreated in panic. Although they were already very far away, they were still worried about being affected by the aftershocks and did not dare to touch them. Swish! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Dongli Chihuang's universe samsara was directly shattered. Then, the golden palm print converged and became even more resplendent. It directly slammed onto Dongli Chihuang's body with lightning-like speed and power. Pfft! Dongli Chihuang spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, his body fell from the sky and smashed into the square like a meteorite. Rumble! The square exploded, and the augmentation array cracked. Dongli Chihuang's body fell into the ground of the square, and was buried by the rubble. When they saw this scene, countless people on the Great Will Sect sucked in a breath of cold air. Their hearts trembled, and their hairs stood on end. Dongli Chihuang, who had undergone nirvana, was strong enough to look down on all the heroes of Kyushu. However, at this moment, he had been slapped down by the mysterious young man. This scene was too terrifying. It shook one's soul. Many old people's jaws dropped. They were so shocked that they could not close them. The mysterious young man was too abnormally strong. Countless people around were stunned. Many people even trembled in fear under this terrifying scene. They could not help but collapse. Their primordial spirit beast souls were palpitating. For the disciples of the Great Wheel Sect, they could not accept the scene in front of them. Dongli Chihuang, who had undergone nirvana and was strong enough to look down on the chosen one of Kyushu, was slapped down by someone. How could they accept this? Qing Xingnan looked at the square with ripples in his eyes. Looking at Dongli Chihuang, who had just been slapped into the square and was buried by the rubble, Qing Xingnan's expression was also complicated. However, he quickly restrained himself and regained his calmness. At the edge of the square, Qing Chao stood in a daze. At this moment, even Jin Qingchun, Master Apothecary, Du Yunlong, Sima Ta Xing, and Nan Li Hun, who were beside Du Xiaofu, were all dumbfounded. Only the zither devil, Shangguan Qixien, and his mount were not surprised at all. Only they knew the identity of the handsome young man. The handsome young man was Jialo Jiuyu, a pure-blooded descendant of the Golden Wing Ping clan. He had true bones and was also a Nirvana sovereign. In comparison, Dongli Chihuang's Nirvana sovereign was nothing in front of him. "Who is this guy? Do you know him?" Ouyang Shuang sucked in a breath of cold air and asked Du Xiaofu. "I know him." Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. He did not find this result strange at all. When Jialo Jiuyu attacked, he was also a Nirvana sovereign. In addition, his attack just now contained the power of true bones. How could Dongli Chihuang be his opponent? In front of everyone's eyes, the handsome young man's move had shocked Kyushu. He stood proudly in the sky, shrouded in a faint golden light. His robe fluttered slightly, and his charm was peerless. From his tall and straight body, there was an indescribable majesty and majestic aura that caused the surrounding world to tremble. He was Jialo Jiuyu, also a Nirvana sovereign. He also had true bones and was a pure-blooded golden-winged pink clan's original form. Then, under the astonished gazes of everyone, Jialo Jiuyu's eyes flashed with golden light. He landed in front of Du Xiaofu and knelt on one knee. The golden light in his eyes was a kind of reverence. His voice echoed throughout the entire Great Wheel sect. "Greetings, young master!" "What?" This scene caused the experts in the surroundings to rub their eyes, thinking that they had seen wrongly. The handsome young man had slapped Dongli Qiwang, who was a Nirvana sovereign, down. There was no doubt that the young man was also an absolute Nirvana sovereign. He was an existence that could shock the ancient and dazzle the modern. However, at this moment, such a young man lowered his head in front of the demon king Du Xiaofu and was full of reverence. "Am I seeing things? That terrifying young man is the demon king Du Xiaofu's man!" The surroundings of the square were silent for no reason. Everyone was in disbelief. "What the hell is going on?" Sima Taxing, Namli Hun, Yu Xianzi, Purple Sky Sovereign, and the others looked at each other at this moment. Whoosh whoosh! Suddenly, the dozens of extraordinary young men and women in front of him followed closely behind the graceful young man and landed. They all knelt down on one knee and saluted. "Greetings, young master." Waves of sound seemed to be able to penetrate the clouds and crack the stones as they rumbled through the clouds. These people were none other than the Zither Devil, Shangguan Qi Xian, and his mount were very familiar. They were Jialo Juyu, Jialo Jukong, Jialo Yueying, and the other young generation of the golden-winged Great Rock clan. The beautiful woman in the front was the great commander, Jialo Kailing, the beloved daughter of the golden-winged Great Rock clan's patriarch, and also Du Xiaofu's sworn sister. Heavens, they are all Du Xiaofu's men! The surroundings could no longer remain silent. Sounds of gasps could be heard. That group of terrifying young men and women were all Du Xiaofu's men. Looking at the reverence in their hearts, it was likely that their relationship was not ordinary. "Young master, Du Xiaofu is a member of the Du family." Could it be the Du family? No, those people have the aura of the Beast clan. Everyone was shocked. No one knew what was going on. "You brat, you didn't even inform us when you met some blind people. If the fifth elder and the fourth elder didn't inform the clan, were you planning to keep it a secret?" Jialo Kailing walked to the front of Du Xiaofu. She was beautiful and valiant. Her tight orange clothes outlined her graceful figure so well that it could cause people to have a nosebleed. However, she pinched one of Du Xiaofu's ears in front of everyone and scolded. "When you went out, father told you to come back if anything happens. Did you take it as a passing wind?" Du Xiaofu was speechless when he heard Jialo Kailing's words. Everyone was stunned by this scene. "Sister, it hurts. I am the ruler of a region, the emperor of a desolate country. Can you give me some face outside?" Du Xiaofu shouted helplessly. He finally knew why Jialo Jiuyu and his sworn sister, Jialo Kailing, suddenly came. He didn't ask for help from the golden-winged Great Rock clan. It turned out that it was the fourth elder and the fifth elder who arranged it. So what if you are the ruler of a region? So what if you are the emperor of a desolate country? You still have to call me sister. Don't put on airs. When Jialo Kailing heard this, she scolded even more. Her voice was clear and sweet. Her slender legs were straight and domineering, causing many people to tremble. Chapter 1482. She's the first person who dares to treat that guy like this. Looking at the beautiful Jialo Kailing, Ouyang Shuang, Zhu Shui, Yi Zijing, Du Xiaoqing, and Du Xiaoyao were dumbfounded. She was definitely the first person who dared to deal with Du Xiaofu. "Sister, I don't want to trouble the clan with such trivial matters. I didn't mean to not inform you." Du Xiaofu gave up resisting. He knew the temper of his sworn sister, Jialo Kailing. "That's more like it." Jialo Kailing's expression eased a lot. She let go of Yi Xuan's hand and turned around to look at the Great Lun sect. She curled her lips and said, "These guys who overestimate themselves dare to find trouble with you. Do you want to kill them all?" Hearing the beautiful woman's words, the surrounding people trembled. No one dared to speak. Where did these people come from? Why are they so overbearing? Seeing how the woman dared to treat the demon king, Du Xiaofu, and the aura on her body were so overbearing that it made the surrounding experts tremble. I'll deal with this trivial matter myself. Hearing Jialo Kailing's words, Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly. If he really angered his sworn sister, the entire Golden-Winged Rock clan might be attracted. In the end, the Great Luan sect would be completely annihilated. Although he wanted to annihilate the Great Luan sect, Du Xiaofu had never thought of testing the Golden-Winged Rock clan. He could borrow the power of others, but he didn't need to rely on others. His own strength was the true strength. Is that so? Jialo Kailing's eyes glowed with a faint golden light. She suddenly looked around the Great Will sect and spoke word by word. Her voice spread in all directions as if it could penetrate the clouds and crack rocks. She said, "Whoever dares to touch my younger brother, I will destroy your orthodoxy. If you don't believe my words, then go ahead and try. Who is this woman? She's so arrogant." The surrounding people were discussing. The beautiful woman was too overbearing. She didn't put anyone in her eyes. Boom! At the same time, there was a sudden explosion from the pile of rubble in the square. Aura soared into the sky, and light scattered in all directions. It was like a holy light soaring into the sky. Countless gravel shot out and swept out in all directions. The gravel could pierce through space, and even an ordinary martial honorable would be pierced through on the spot. When the gravel shot towards the crowd, it was immediately destroyed by the powerhouses in the various formations. Amidst the dazzling holy light that soared into the sky, the mysterious runes of the talisman burst out, and Dong Li Chihuang appeared, spitting out blood in a sorry state. His crimson robes were torn and his golden hair was disheveled. At this moment, a bone-chilling coldness slowly surged from the depths of Dong Li Chihuang's eyes. His spirit's gorgeous eyes coldly stared at Jialo Jiuyu and Du Xiaofu, twitching violently. The aura in his body surged like an erupting volcano, as if it wanted to shake the void with the sound of wind and thunder. "Bastard, I am a Nirvana sovereign. Do you think I am so easy to deal with? Today, I will not let you off!" Dong Li Chihuang was enraged and his eyes were ferocious. His golden hair was disheveled and his crimson robes fluttered in the wind. Light enveloped the area as if a Nirvana sovereign was awakening. At this moment, the atmosphere in the surroundings suddenly became tense, and an aura that made one tremble swept through the air. "Dong Li Chihuang is fine. A Nirvana sovereign is not easy to deal with." The surrounding people were shocked and their eyes flashed. Everyone could feel that Dong Li Chihuang's aura was rising and it was becoming more and more powerful. A Nirvana sovereign was definitely not easy to deal with. Perhaps Dong Li Chihuang had been careless just now. Many people thought so. Boom! In just a short moment, a vigorous and violent aura suddenly burst out from Dong Li Chihuang's body. It was like divine light gushing out and shook the entire Great Luan sect. Dong Li Chihuang was a Nirvana sovereign. In his previous life, he was extremely powerful. As the saint of the Great Luan sect, he had studied countless mystiques and supreme arts. He was definitely not a weakling. Sacred light burst out and brought along an unparalleled pressure. At this moment, the surrounding people could feel the aura and tremble in fear. Walala! Dong Li Chihuang's face was gloomy and furious. The sacred light around his body was resplendent, and accompanied by the buzzing sound of wind and thunder. Dazzling sacred light soared in the air and formed a resplendent sea of sacred light. In the sea of sacred light, an ancient aura filled the air. It brought along a reincarnation radiance and burst out with a mysterious wave. It seemed to be able to remind people of their previous lives, and it constantly produced rumbling sounds. Under the terrifying aura, the disciples of the Great Luan sect seemed to be affected by it. They trembled and felt uneasy. In the sea of sacred light, Dong Li Chihuang's body was sparkling and resplendent. It seemed to have started to expand and gradually turned into a giant that was dozens of feet tall. It was as if a god had descended to the world. That huge body stood in the sea of sacred light. The terrifying aura around it could devour everyone's cultivation and make them feel as if they were reincarnated. I am a Nirvana sovereign. I control reincarnation and crush everything. Dongli Chihuang's body was entrenched in the sea of sacred light. His body emitted a dazzling light. His eyes were cold and his aura suppressed the surroundings. He also started to move towards Jialo Jiryu and Du Xiaofu. He was truly furious to the extreme. Dongli Chihuang is so strong. A Nirvana sovereign is indeed not easy to deal with, some of the onlookers exclaimed. At this moment, Dongli Chihuang's aura was even stronger than before. He stood up again and did not fall. Instead, it was even more shocking. As long as the Holy Sun doesn't fall, a Nirvana sovereign is not easy to deal with. The disciples of the Great Luan sect, Sky Snake sect, and Spirit Sky Valley, who were silent and trembling in fear, immediately recovered from their shock when they saw the situation. Joy surged in their eyes. Dongli Chihuang was a Nirvana sovereign and reincarnated. How could it be easy to deal with him? Confidence surged in their hearts again. Swish! Suddenly, there was an unforeseen event. Golden light spread out from the sea of sacred light. Silently, a huge golden ape appeared in the holy light ocean, and the holy light in the surrounding space rippled violently. The golden ape's golden eyes were intelligent. It was as if it was born with spiritual eyes that overlooked the world. Everything happened too fast. It was unbelievably fast. As the golden ape appeared, a terrifying aura erupted from its body. It was also like a Nirvana sovereign as it directly punched out. That punch seemed to be able to sweep across the four directions and suppress everything. It was emitting a strange power. The bright talisman patterns were like a hazy mist. It was accompanied by a strong power of heaven and earth. It was like a golden sun. Looking at it carefully, this punch was like a golden divine mountain that fell from the sky from the 9 heavens. With a loud rumbling sound, this punch landed on Dongli Chihuang's huge and swollen body. The fist print appeared in the void along with a strange phenomenon. It merged with heaven and earth and disintegrated the surrounding sacred light. It shattered a large area of space, and a pitch-black vortex appeared. The terrifying aura caused the heaven and earth to tremble. Bang! Everything happened too fast. Dongli Chihuang's swollen body exploded under the suppression of that punch. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, his body fell from the sky like a meteorite. Bang, bang, bang! Dongli Chihuang's body directly smashed into the square below. It caused the ground to shake, the mountains to collapse, and the talisman arrays to shatter. The surrounding sacred light that had just erupted was instantly blasted and dissipated. A golden ape was in the sky. It was dazzling. Its body was wrapped in talisman patterns. It was full of vitality and connected with heaven and earth. It gave people a feeling of the beginning of heaven and earth. Waving the fist that had just punched out, the golden ape opened its mouth and said leisurely, "Motherfucker, I've been tolerating you for a long time. Nirvana is nothing. I'll go all out and kill you in minutes." Hearing the golden ape's words, everyone looked at the golden ape and felt their hearts palpitate. Gulp, gulp. After a while, the whole square was filled with gasps and gulps of saliva. There were also countless people who were trembling. They had goosebumps all over their bodies. The golden ape emitted a golden light. Then, it converged and turned into a human. It was a young man in a golden robe. Everyone around knew that it was a young man who had been following the demon king, Du Xiaofu. Some people who were familiar with him knew that it was Du Xiaoyao, who had always called Du Xiaofu brother. Gulp, gulp! Jiu Ling of the Boundless sect, Wu Ming of the Huijian sect, Jiang Rolin of the Xiandu Gate, Ming Ronging of the Xianming sect, and the others all felt that their throats were a little dry and hot. They swallowed hard. Du Xiaoyao turned around and looked back at Jialo Jiryu, Jialo Kaling, and the rest of the golden-winged rocks. Sima Taxing, Namlihun, Yu Xianzi, and the others who couldn't retract their jaws. She raised her golden spirit eyes and looked helpless. Finally, she said seriously, "I'm really sorry. I really couldn't hold it in. I couldn't hold it in. My state of mind is unstable. It's not good for my future cultivation. I will definitely control myself in the future." Hearing Du Shuyao's words, many people looked at her with disdain. Control your ass. Can you respect a supreme Nirvana realm expert? Dongli Chi Wang reincarnated. It wasn't easy for him to reach the supreme Nirvana realm in this life. All of you, and now a monkey, are treating him like this? Is it really okay? After a short moment, amidst the sounds of gasping that rose and fell, some people started discussing and complaining for Eastern Flame's Scarlet Phoenix. On the 8th day of the 8th month, Dongli Chi Wang must have done something wrong. In the boundless sect, an old monk pinched his fingers and calculated seriously. He felt that on the 8th day of the 8th month, Dongli Chi Wang must have done something wrong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so ravaged. How can it be like this? Everything shouldn't be like this. Among the disciples of the Great Wheel sect, the experts of the Spirit Sky Valley, and the Sky Snake sect, some people shook their heads. Everything that happened today was completely different from what they had imagined. It was completely opposite to their plans. Chapter 1483. In a corner of the square, Ching Chao was also dumbfounded. In his mind, his brother-in-law was already a supreme Nirvana saint, so he should not be like this. Chi La! The ground trembled, and there was a faint fluctuation of holy light. The rubble on the ground of the square shook, and then a wretched figure wrapped in light crawled out again. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, and he was battered and exhausted. The one who crawled out was Dongli Chi Wang, who had just been punched down by Du Xiaoyao. Dongli Chi Wang stood up again. His red robe was even more tattered, and his golden hair was even more disheveled. His beautiful eyes were also filled with coldness, and they were also suffused with a blood-red color. Du Xiaofu looked at Dongli Chi Wang, who had crawled out again, and his expression did not change much. With a thought, a light spread out from between his eyebrows. He waved his hand, and then a blood-red figure was caught in his hand. A bloody aura spread out, and it immediately attracted the attention of many people around. Dongli Chi Wang's cold eyes flickered, and he looked at Du Xiaofu. When he saw the blood-red figure in Du Xiaofu's hand, his expression changed, and his expression became even colder, with a touch of ruthlessness. At this moment, everyone saw that Du Xiaofu had caught an extremely powerful evil spirit. Dongli Chi Wang, did you think that the evil spirit army would break into the Stone City today and take the treasures alone? Unfortunately, your plan doesn't seem to be very good. Du Xiaofu looked directly at Dongli Chi Wang, and his eyes were filled with coldness. His voice spread out in all directions. You protected the evil spirits that fled to the Central State, and you formed the Evil Purifying Alliance to control them. You intended to control the Central State, and you lured the evil spirits into the desolate country. You wanted to use this to break the border. What, those evil spirits were controlled by Dongli Chi Wang? Is this true? Dongli Chi Wang is the one who colluded with those evil spirits, and deceived all the forces in the Central State. If this is true, then all the forces in the Central State have been played by Dongli Chi Wang. As Du Xiaofu's voice spread out, all the forces in the Central State had a change in expression. Even the experts from the Spirit Sky Valley and the Sky Snake sect immediately stared at the Eastern mythical Scarlet Phoenix. They did not know about the evil spirits, and if what Du Xiaofu said was true, then Dongli Chi Wang was playing with them. There was also the matter of the evil spirits trying to snatch the treasures from the Stone City. If that was true, then the Eastern mythical Scarlet Phoenix simply wanted to swallow all the treasures in the Stone City alone. There were also the legendary treasures that the Du family definitely had. The Eastern mythical Scarlet Phoenix didn't even consider their share. The appearance of this scene had attracted the attention of the evil spirits, and all the forces had their eyes on the Great Luen sect, causing the experts in the Great Luen sect to frown. If all the forces were to attack the Great Luen sect together, then the Great Luen sect would not be able to contend against them alone. Kiki, if you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Everyone in the Central State knows that there are evil spirits in your desolate country's world society. Now that you have evil spirits following behind you, you still dare to accuse me of colluding with evil spirits. Do you think all the forces in the central state are fools to believe your despicable plan of sowing discord? Dongli Chihuang sneered. So what if the blood soul was captured? As long as he refused to admit it, there would be no evidence. On the contrary, there were evil spirits in the desolate country's world society, and even Du Xiaofu had evil spirits following behind him. Not many people would believe it. Hearing Dongli Chihuang's words, many people's eyes flickered. There was no doubt that Dongli Chihuang's words made some sense. However, none of the experts who came to watch the ceremony were fools. Especially the forces in the central state. They more or less understood the Demon King Du Xiaofu's character. This matter was probably not baseless. Who do you think you are? Why do I need to accuse you? I don't need anyone to believe me. It's fine as long as I know it. So what if I have evil spirits by my side? They are not evil spirits by my side, but disciples of my desolate country's world society. Du Xiaofu looked at Dongli Chihuang and said indifferently, I just want to tell you that your plan to monopolize the Stone City's treasures has failed. Also, I believe that you wanted to take the treasures for yourself and played Spirit Sky Valley and Sky Snake Sect like fools. You really don't care about your friends. Per Spirit Sky Valley and Sky Snake Sect. Then, you used the appearance of evil spirits to trick the Immeasurable Sect, Xiandu Gate, Hui Sword Sect, Profound Underworld Sect, and others into joining the Purifying Evil Alliance. Your plan to control the central state has also failed. Man proposes, God disposes. Qi La, as soon as Du Xiaofu finished speaking, the void in his hand began to distort. It distorted the blood soul, trying to crush it. The blood soul's aura collapsed. Dongli Chihuang, save me, save me. The blood soul screamed. He could feel the aura of death in the depths of his soul. That aura of death made him powerless to resist. He could only ask Dongli Chihuang for help. Dongli Chihuang's face was extremely gloomy. He stared at Du Xiaofu. He was indifferent to the blood soul's collapse. The coldness in his eyes became more and more uncontrollable. Dongli Chihuang, you bastard, shameless bastard. The Nirvana realm blood soul was crushed by Du Xiaofu in an instant. When the last words of resentment were uttered, the blood soul's soul shattered. It turned into a majestic blood soul's power and was thrown by Du Xiaofu to the phantom and blood vine spirit. Hua la la, the blood soul devoured the Shou Sha and soul evil spirit. The phantom and blood vine spirit leaped out. Their expressions were cold as they directly devoured the blood soul's remnant soul and the blood soul's power. As expected of the Demon King Du Xiaofu. He's as domineering as ever. The Demon King Du Xiaofu is getting more and more treacherous. Looking at the expressions of the experts from the Spirit Sky Valley and Sky Snake Sect, I'm afraid that they have really been tricked by Dongli Chihuang. Not only that, the Immeasurable Sect, the Profound Underworld Sect, the Intelligent Sword Sect, and the Xiandu Gate have also been dragged into this by the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. He mocked the four great sects for being used as pawns. I'm afraid that the four great sects will hold a grudge against the Great Lun Sect now. The surrounding people spoke out secretly. Dongli Chihuang flatly denied that he had anything to do with the evil spirits, but the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, had no intention of proving anything. He even dragged the Spirit Sky Valley, Sky Snake Sect, and the Immeasurable Sect into this. This was equivalent to letting the Great Lun Sect slap them in the face in front of everyone. Looking at the last evil spirit that cried for help and was killed by Du Xiaofu, no one was a fool. They were 90% sure that Dongli Chihuang had something to do with the evil spirits, and had secretly schemed against the entire central region. The Great Lun Sect has to give the entire central region an explanation for this matter. An old monk from the Immeasurable Sect spoke. His eyes were like lightning as the Buddhist beads on his chest glowed. He glared angrily and demanded an explanation from the Great Lun Sect. If what the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, said was the truth, then the Great Lun Sect would have to take responsibility for the countless Immeasurable Sect disciples that died in the central region's Chang River. The Great Lun Sect has to explain this matter clearly. Some of the elders from the Xiandu Gate, the Profound Underworld Sect, and the Huijian sect also spoke out. Back then, they had already felt that they had been tricked by the Great Lun sect. Now, it seemed like they had been toyed with by Dongli Qi Huang and the Evil Purifying Alliance. Facing the questioning of the immeasurable sect, the Huijian sect, and the other forces, it was clear that they had already believed Du Xiaofu's words. The faces of the Great Lun sect's experts turned gloomy. This is a misunderstanding, definitely a misunderstanding. Our Great Lun sect will never ally ourselves with the evil spirits. Some of the Great Lun sect's experts spoke out solemnly. Some elders even swore that if the immeasurable sect, the Huijian sect, and the others helped the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, then the Great Lun sect would be in big trouble. These elders of the Great Lun sect really didn't know about the evil spirits. Only 2 or 3 people in the entire Great Lun sect knew about the agreement between Dongli Qi Huang and the evil spirits to prevent the news from leaking out. He spoke without thinking and killed the evil spirits. The dead tell no tales. This is a ruse to win over others to deal with our Great Lun sect. Dongli Qi Huang spoke out. The dead tell no tales, so how could he admit it? If he did, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Unlingya, Shi Longguan, and the others looked at the Spirit Sky Valley and the Sky Serpent sect and said, "Fellow allies, don't be instigated by that treacherous brat. He wants to drive a wedge between us so that he can defeat us one by one." The faces of the experts from the Spirit Sky Valley and the Sky Serpent sect turned gloomy. However, they couldn't say anything at this moment, and could only endure it. As Dongli Qi Huang had said, if the Middle Continent Sky Alliance were to split up, then they might be defeated one by one. If the mysterious Talisman sect and the ancient Sky sect were to join forces with the desolate country, then Du Xiaofu would definitely not let them off. At this moment, Enlingya, Shi Longguan, and the others could only continue to join forces with the Great Lun sect, even if they were certain that Dongli Qi Huang had tricked them. They were already on the same boat, and there was no way out. Of course, Du Xiaofu is spouting nonsense. Naturally, we can't believe him. Du Xiaofu is extremely treacherous. He wants to destroy our alliance. How hateful! Shi Longguan and Enlingya spoke out, expressing that they didn't believe Du Xiaofu. They also made a stance to the outside world to prove that the Middle Continent Sky Alliance was unbreakable. This was equivalent to believing Dongli Qi Huang's words. However, the 2 of them were secretly sullen. After dealing with Du Xiaofu today, they would definitely have to give the Great Lun sect a proper explanation. Whether you believe it or not, you're just being toyed with by Dongli Qi Huang, Du Xiaofu said faintly. His purple robe fluttered slightly. He ignored Enlingya and Shi Longguan. Looking at the expressions of the major forces around, he knew that it was enough to make the Great Lun sect suffer. The Great Lun sect is doomed. Enlingya and Shi Longguan are the ones who will suffer the most. Sima Taxing smiled secretly as he saw through everyone's thoughts. This guy is rumored to be ferocious and overbearing, but I didn't know that he's so vicious. Nanli Hun raised his eyebrows. Today, the Demon King Du Xiaofu had made such a scene in public. Not to mention that the Profound Xian sect, the Boundless sect and the Xiandu Gate were furious and wanted to denounce the Great Lun sect. Dongli Qi Huang's Supreme Nirvana had established the Middle Continent Sky Alliance and invited Kyushu to attend the ceremony. His purpose was to make a name for himself in Kyushu. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.